19th NPU-F meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 7:08 p.m. I'm Debbie Skopczynski, and I'm chair of the NPU. And a special welcome to some of the new folks that are joining us for the first time. With me today are our vice chair, Kay Stevenson. She's managing the verified resident process with Phyllis Wingo tonight. Jane Rawlings, who is our alcohol permits chair, Rebecca Faulkner and Jack White, who are the zoning co-chairs, and Aruna Narasimhan, who is taking minutes this evening. Also here is our planner, Doug Young, and there are a number of other co-hosts that are helping me tonight, including Holly Sassnet and Marla Johnson, since we have quite a few people here and there's still folks joining the meeting. NPU-F uses two meeting agendas. The first is the main agenda. It's the one that has the map on the cover of it. This is the main agenda and has all of the applications that we will consider tonight. The second agenda is the NPU-F consent agenda that is also in the chat. And the consent agenda has applications that the NPU historically has approved with little or no discussion. If you're here for an application and you don't see your name on the consent agenda, it's because you are on the main agenda. Zoom does publish a participant list, which includes everyone who is attending this meeting. Your name should be at the top. If there is more than one person using the same device, please include both names on the participant list. To do that, click more by scooting your cursor all the way over to the right. You'll see an option for more, and under that, there'll be an option to rename. When it comes time to vote, we will be asking those with two names to turn on their camera and show both smiling faces so that we know that we've got two people actually voting. If you see a V before your name, please do not change it. That is a recording of the verified members. Those are the ones that have registered and provided proof of registration. There is a chat room for you to share comments to an individual or everyone in the meeting. For most of you, it should be at the bottom of your screen. You'll also find copies of the agenda, consent agenda, in the minutes for August. Representatives from the city will also leave their contact information in the chat, as well as some documents from some of the participants tonight. The chat room will be monitored for comments and questions, but we'll only be answering those questions if they are relevant to the topic being discussed. You may save the chat at the end of the meeting or when you leave by clicking on the three dots at the bottom of the window. All residents of NPU-F may vote on any issues unless they have a financial interest in the application or motion. For example, property owners, business owners, or event organizers may not vote on their own variances, but can vote on others. If you're not an NPU resident, business owners may vote if they have met the requirements as described in our bylaws. NPU-F includes the following neighborhoods: Lundridge Martin Manor, Piedmont Heights, Morningside, Virginia Highland, Edmond Park, and the Druid Hill streets in the city of Atlanta. And those are all north of North Decatur. At NPU-F, our meetings follow a town hall format. If you wish to speak, please use the raise your hand function. If you're on your phone, you would hit *9. You'll be called on to speak in the order that the hands go up. Please be sure to stay muted until you're invited to speak, and then identify yourself so folks will know who is speaking. Please don't wave your hand on screen because there are just too many people in the room for anyone to see it. We don't normally do this, but because of the number of people in the room, everyone except Kay and Phyllis are muted and will be invited, so that everyone else will be invited to speak. For our most routine matters, I will ask for a motion and call on the first two persons who raise their hand to make a motion and second. Please keep all questions and comments germane to the topic being addressed and respectful of everyone in the meeting. To allow all an opportunity to speak, I'm going to ask that you only speak once on a topic unless you are asked for clarification or a question on previous remarks. So that we can all hear and we can get a good recording, it's important that only one person speaks at a time. If you interrupt, we will mute you. Reminder that any form of campaigning is prohibited at NPU-F meetings or any NPU per city ordinance. This includes introducing yourself as a candidate, introducing yourself as representing a campaign or candidate, or displaying campaign posters or other materials on screen. We will ask you to turn off your camera if there is any campaign posters or any other materials that are visible. Finally, we are here tonight because our city ordinances provide residents of Atlanta through the NPU system the opportunity to provide recommendations and comments on applications and legislative changes that impact our quality of life. It is our responsibility to tell the city what we think and when appropriate to share the strength of that opinion through hand counts. All votes taken at the NPU are only recommendations. Final decisions are made by city boards, city administrators, or city council. And I hope that you will take advantage by expressing your opinion there as well, either in writing, by phone, or by making a comment during public hearing opportunities. There is one change to tonight's agenda. The LGBTQ+ historic context statement presentation is being postponed. Are there any items that need to be added to the agenda? Please raise your hand if there are. I don't see any hands raised. Are there any objections to adopting the agenda after removing the presentation this evening? And my screen just did something. Okay, I lost my screen. Okay, we'll keep going and I'll figure it out. First item on the agenda is approval of minutes. Thank you to Carol Shinara. She's one of our co-secretaries for taking the minutes last month. The August minutes were posted on the NPU website and a link was sent to those on the NPU mailing list, which includes verified members. Are there any corrections or modifications that need to be made to the August minutes? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? This is going to be kind of awkward.
I'll motion. This is Marla.
Thank you, Marla. Is there a second?
Second, this is Holly.
Thank you. You guys are going to do double duty tonight. Okay, just so that I can be sure that everyone has found the raise your hand function, please raise your hand if you are in favor of adopting the August minutes. You can find the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen under reactions. And please be sure when you click that it says raise your hand and not the clap hands or thumbs up, because those don't count. Oh, someone found the thumbs up. Okay, does everyone feel comfortable that they know where the raise your hand function is? It's kind of buried here. Okay, I see 45 in favor. I'm able to clear the feedback. Is anyone opposed to adopting the minutes from August? Please raise your hand. Okay, Amy and Laura, okay. I see one hand raised, two hands raised. One hand raised. Let's see.
I mean to press the other one. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. That's why we practice with raising your hand.
I'm an idiot.
All righty. So by a vote of, I guess it was 45-0, the minutes are adopted. We start our meetings with reports from city representatives. Let's see, I saw Major Webster on the list. Major Webster, did you want to start?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Major Andrea Webster from Zone 6. We don't have any significant updates for crime, except that we are seeing across the zone, including your area, an uptick in theft from motor vehicles. And so we just want to remind everyone to safeguard your items. If you have visitors coming over or even work trucks or anything like that, please remind everyone to keep their vehicles clean. The trend right now seems to be juveniles walking around. Sometimes they have face coverings and they are smashing windows, and they are very, very fast. So if you happen to see, have any video footage of any crimes occurring, please reach out and let me know. I'll put my information in the chat. And also I wanted to introduce, we have a new captain in Zone 6, Kevin Knapp. And he is replacing Peter Malecki, who got promoted to major and moved on. So we're happy to have Captain Knapp here, but I'll open it up for any questions if you have any.
Okay, if you have questions, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand.
Working on it.
Wait. I saw a hand raised and then it disappeared.
My hand's raised.
Oh, go ahead, Kate.
Welcome, of course, to our new captain, but I'm wondering where Major Malecki ended up. Where did he go?
Sure, he went to the major crimes section. So he oversees homicide, where he was a unit commander, and special victims unit. So he'll do very, very well there.
Yes, he will. That's exciting.
Anyone else? Okay, is that? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Thank you, Major. Is there anyone here from Zone 2? I didn't see everyone come into the room, so I'm not sure who's.
Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Ben Vanes, Zone 2 Assistant Zone Commander. I hope everyone's having a great evening. To piggyback off of Major Webster in Zone 6, on the top side or the bottom side of Zone 2, where NPU-F is, we're seeing challenges with some of the theft from vehicles. Over the last 28 days, we've had 16 vehicles broken into and 4 burglaries. But I did want to highlight one significant arrest during the last 28 days that Zone 2 officers did make. It was a burglary incident from Manchester Street, and the individual took several items, electronics, TVs, and was in possession of firearms. He was arrested for burglary, theft by taking. They also took the victim's vehicle and was arrested a short time later on Piedmont Road, not far from where the incident actually took place. His name is Devontae Smith. Sorry, the picture's a little blurry, it appears. A 29-year-old male. He's still in Fulton County, has not received a bond, so that's a good thing. And hopefully the case will move expeditiously through Fulton County. But it was a very good arrest I wanted to highlight by the team in Zone 2.
That's great. Are there any questions? for the Assistant Zone Commander? Oh, this is a quiet crowd tonight.
Thank you all. I'll put my information in the chat as well, email and phone number.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, is there anyone else that's here to represent a city department?
Yes,
Yes. And you are?
I'm Johnny Wilson and I'm from ATL 311.
Great, thanks, welcome.
Thank you. Should I wait or should I go?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you kindly. So my name is Johnny Wilson and I am from the Department of 311. Of course, we're still here for you Monday through Friday, 7 a to 7 p. You can report things like issues with your water account, traffic lights, potholes, things along those lines. Now, do please be advised that we do have a new chat bot feature. So if you go to atl311.com, you can find that information there. And wanted to let you guys know that Georgia Power is now servicing the right-of-way light poles. So if you do find one that is out, please contact Georgia Power. And wanted to, I also left some information in the chat for you to give a survey back on how 311 is functioning. So feel free to be candid and honest and give us your honest feedback. Oh yeah, and also if you see any quality of life issues, mental health, drug abuse, or even homelessness, please call 311, press 1, and more than likely you'll speak to me. I'm an agent. Any questions, any concerns?
Any questions for Johnny from Atlanta 311? I don't think there's any hands raised. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
And you put your information in the chat, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Thank you. Okay, Officer Byrd.
Yes, good evening, NPU-F. My name is Officer Byrd with the Atlanta Police Department Code Enforcement Section. Standing in for Officer Mitchell, who's currently unavailable this evening. I apologize for not being as up to speed as one should be for these NPU meetings. However, we have provided the statistics that have covered from June 1st through August 31st to the NPU chair and officers alike in that regards. If there are any specific things that need to be addressed, I'd be more than happy to take down the addresses for those and forward those on through our department to Officer Mitchell, who's responsible for this NPU, so that the same can be addressed. Are there any questions, any concerns that need to be addressed?
Officer, I received the report like about 3:30 this afternoon, so I didn't have a chance
To go through it?
to go
Yes, ma'am.
through it. Is there anything of concern that we should be aware of?
No, ma'am. Not at this particular point in time. I will tell this NPU, since I've never spoken with your group before. One of the things that we're doing in conjunction with the backlog of cases that go back to 2020, we're in the process of serving those cases. I work on a detail in the evening and afternoons and on the weekends, basically 7 days a week, that are serving citations to those individuals, not to the LLCs, but to those individuals that have been in violation. We try to take every effort, if at all possible, during the course of the weekday for the officer responsible to go out and verify whether or not the violation still exists or not. But that's not in all cases. So if you receive if you receive a knock on or a ring on your door from one of us, please bear with us as we're trying to again play catch up from 2020 to present at this particular point in time. And I take it that there's no concerns, questions.
Doesn't look like there are any hands raised.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you for being here tonight.
You're welcome, ma'am. Y'all be blessed. Have a good day.
Okay. Any other representatives from the city?
Yes, I'm here.
And who are you?
My name is Denise Stewart, and I will be, I'm here on behalf of Department of Watershed Management today. And I posted my contact information in the chat as well as the reminders, but I do not have any new updates to share this evening, but I wanted you guys to know that I was here for questions. And please feel free to email me or put it in the chat, and I'll just hang around for a little while.
Denise, will you be our ambassador for watershed issues?
I will be the individual that can answer or bring to the attention any questions that you have in this meeting. I am not the permanent person. Sarah Reed is still looking for a permanent person, but I will sit in until they get someone.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I see a hand raised. Jacob?
Hi Denise, how are you? This is Jacob. I had a quick question. The watershed department is also in charge of grease trap and stuff like that, right?
I know I share a lot of tips and points on the grease and the traps, and we do have a department that addresses that as well. So yes.
What are their hour of operations? Because I believe I came there a couple of times and there was nobody available for me to speak to. I'm just trying to figure out how things work on that side of the watershed department.
Okay, I don't think they're a customer facing division. I think when our when the city of Atlanta customers, and external people want to raise questions to an internal department, they normally raise it with 311, and 311 passes it on to that department and they address it per that ticket. But if you have anything specific you want to address and kind of streamline it in this meeting, I can take your question and follow up with you.
So I believe it's pretty unique and pretty personal. So I'll probably just shoot you an email and then we kind of just pick it up from there.
That'd be great.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Or any other city representatives?
Good evening, this is Pete Francis from the DPW Suite team. I just want to reach out to the NPU tonight with a growing trend that is happening, especially over there in Zone 4 and Zone 5. Well, Service Area 4 and Service Area 5. The collection crew are having challenges on some street. Don't recall that there is any in NPU-F. However, even today over there in NPU-M, the collection crew cannot get down the small street because cars are always parked on that street and therefore they prevent the truck from servicing that street. I just want to reach out and ask each and everyone in their neighborhood, be mindful of your collection day. And if you live on a small street, a narrow street, please be considerate to the collection crew and park in a manner so that the truck can enter your street. That's basically it that I want to share with the NPU tonight. If there is any question or any concern, I'll try my best to answer.
Any questions or concerns for Mr. Francis, who's in Public Works? And as you just heard, he has some responsibility for solid waste collections. Mr. Sheldon. Andrew, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thought I was, sorry. Pete, I just wanted to say thank you very much from the folks on Crest Hill. I know it was tough during the pandemic and you guys have really bounced back and we really appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you on behalf of the collection crew.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Thanks for being here tonight.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else here representing the city departments? We didn't hear from Atlanta Fire. And I don't know if anyone's here. Okay. Okay, I don't see anyone else. Is there anyone here that is an elected official or is representing an elected official that has a report?
Good evening, everyone. This is Jordan Kemp. I'm here on behalf of Atlanta City Council President Doug Shipman, serving as his legislative liaison and his community engagement manager. I know it's been a while since I've attended NPU-F. We've had a council session which falls on Mondays, and we've been getting out pretty late, but today was pretty quick. We do not have any announcements for this month. So if anyone does have any questions or concerns, please reach out to my office. I will leave the information in the chat box below. And other than that, you all have a good night.
Jordan, can you give us an update on the council redistricting?
Yeah, so that is going to be sit back down to committee. Ms. Boone chairs the committee chair, and then we've had a lot of calls in wishing that it was a little bit more transparency. So I think Ms. Boone's going to come back. It's going to actually going to well, it gets it back down to committee level. So I think they're going to hash out some more details. But I do believe the overall concept is that they want to have a public forum. I know the mayor had assigned an individual to look at the NPU redistricting map. But yes, that's set back down to committee. So
Okay,
no,
this
I'm sorry.
isn't NPU redistricting. This is council redistricting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. So we don't have any updates on that particular. Nothing popped up out of for the redistricting. So I don't really have anything per se to announce or give any feedback for that.
So you don't have any dates for public hearings?
I do not. I will get back to that. I will email you guys that like at the time dates, but I don't have anything popped up on my calendar.
Okay, I may follow up with you later in the week just to
Yes, ma'am.
be sure that happens. Great. Thank you. Any other questions for Jordan Kemp from Council President's office? Are there any other elected officials or representatives of elected officials at tonight's meeting? Kennedy, did you have a report from State Rep Stacey Evans' office?
Nothing to report.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Then we will move on to the next item of business, which is our consent agenda. As I mentioned earlier, these are items that the NPU traditionally approves with little or no comments. So we have some criteria in our policy sheet that we use in order to develop the consent agenda every month. There are 3 items on the consent agenda. These happen to be the 3 special events that are on the agenda. The first is the 2022 Kid Fest Strong Fitness Challenge, which is a Class C event, 1,500 participants in Piedmont Park, October 16th. It is a recurring event. Is Howard Daniel here or anyone representing Howard here? Or the event here?
Yes, I'm here. This is Howard Daniel. How you doing today?
Fine, thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Okay.
The second item on the consent agenda is the Piedmont Holiday Market Extravaganza. This is a Class E event. It's a brand new one. 1,999 participants in Piedmont Park, November 26 to 27. Ms. Humphreys, are you here representing the?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. And the third event is the Walk MS Atlanta 2023 event. That application is being deferred to next month. The applicant sent me an email late in the day to say that he is traveling and wouldn't be able to join the meeting. He's actually in an airplane and couldn't enjoy the meeting. Is there anyone here who wants to have an application removed from the consent agenda so that it can be discussed in the regular place on the agenda? If so, please raise your hand. All right. Is there anyone here, an applicant here who wants to have their application discussed at this meeting? And is there anyone here that would be in opposition to any of these recommendations? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand. Holly?
Yes.
Thank you. Your motion is to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, thank you, Kay. And thank you, Marla, for volunteering as well. Okay, the consent agenda does require a vote. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, which are these three special events applications, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, there's 43. And I'm going to add, that's 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Okay, I counted 49 in favor. The additional votes are the doubles that are in the room on sharing devices. Let me lower the hands. Is there anyone opposed to the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is adopted.
Debbie, this is Doug Young.
Yes.
Just to confirm, that's a recommendation of approval for the Kids Fest and Holiday Market and a recommendation of deferral for the MS Walk.
That's correct. Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda are the alcohol license applications, and I'm going to turn the meeting over to Jane Rawlings, who is our alcohol chair.
Thank you. Jane, there's a hand raised. I don't know if that was left over from the last vote or
that's
Jennifer Humphreys.
She was the applicant for the Piedmont holiday.
I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
just gonna lower her hand.
I just wanted to make sure that we were approved as well.
Yes, you were approved.
Thank you. That's all. I'm so sorry. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Thanks. You can hang around or feel free to leave. Okay, Jane, go ahead.
First up, Urban Wings, and this, I'm going to present it as one application, but it will be considered as two because code requires separate applications for the main location as well as a patio, but the information on the applications is identical. So I'll present as one application and then just request two votes. And I did see Mr. Hosny here earlier, the agent. So this is, Urban Wings is located at 1825 Piedmont Avenue in the Morningside Lenox Park neighborhood. This is the old subway location at the corner of Piedmont and North Rock Springs. The agent is Mr. Hosny. It is an application for a new business to operate as a restaurant serving and selling beer and wine for on-premise consumption. No live entertainment or customer dancing is planned. It's exempt from distance requirements. It is zoned C2, has a seating capacity of 40, has not had an alcohol license within the past 12 months, and operating hours are 11 a.m. to 11:45 p.m. Parking requirement is met. Morningside Lennox Park Association had no objections. Mr. Hosny, since you're a new business to the neighborhood, if you'd like to introduce yourself and if there's anything you want to correct that I reported or just information in general that you'd like to provide, please do.
Hello, everyone. This is Moiz Hasni. I'm the agent for Urban Wings on Piedmont Avenue. Urban Wings is actually our second location. The first location is in Collier Road, I believe, 2065 DeForest Ferry. We started this concept about a year ago, and all we do is sell chicken wings. And this will be our first location where we're going to offer beer and wine. We are not offering anything pour. So what we're going to do is we're going to offer a very limited supply of only craft beer in a can, and the customers can grab, their own, we can provide the beer to them, and we can provide a glass, and they can sit in the patio or inside while they're, enjoy their food with us. We don't plan on doing any major events. This is just, with Piedmont Avenue area being so diverse, and everybody loves to sit in a patio over there, we thought it would be a good option to offer our customers, especially on the weekends. And we look forward to opening hopefully in sometime in the end of October. And if any of you have probably driven by, you'll see that the work has been going on, and we should be ready to open soon. With that, I'll see if anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hosny? Jane, do you have a recommendation?
I make a motion to recommend approval of the alcohol license for the main facility.
Okay. We'll need a second, and then we can open for discussion. Bill, are you making a second? Or do you have a?
No, I'm opening. I'll have a couple questions.
I'll second.
Okay, thanks, Kay. Okay, and go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Hosny, yes, my name is Bill Compton. I'm the president of the Piedmont Heights Civic Association, which Piedmont Heights is a neighborhood immediately across the street from your location. So we're excited about you joining our community. But a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
I know you're planning, it sounds like you're planning on opening up a patio for outside dining. Can you just kind of describe that patio and how many tables you're anticipating and what kind of capacity?
So the patio is an existing patio that the old Subway used to have. It's under the canopy that you see out there. We're planning to have about 6 tables, four chairs each, and we've already, instead of a fence, what we're doing is we're putting some planters around it. We're going to grow some, have some beautiful plants in there, and we're also going to have string lights above the planters. So it's kind of going to give that cafe look in the area. So again, we're not doing any construction. The patio is already there. We're just kind of utilizing that area for us.
Are you referring to the patio that's only in the very front of the building, or are you also planning on opening up that section on the side of the location, which currently is blocked, where a lot of the homeless have been kind of camping?
No, not that one. That one, yeah, we don't want to open those gates. We're going to actually put a better door over there so nobody can get in there.
Okay.
I'm one immediately right in front of the store, on the storefront.
And you're anticipating 6 tables?
Yeah, bigger than it looks. Four chair tables, on both sides. So the patio is pretty long from one end to the other. And we're just going to have a space in the middle for customers to come into the door.
And how many tables are you anticipating inside your building?
So we don't know the exact layout, but we're going to have about a total of 40 chairs. So some tables are going to be longer, some are going to be shorter. I would say about 5 or 6 inside and about 6 outside.
And are you anticipating any music of any kind or any amplified noise of any kind coming from your location?
Not outside, but we do have a music system inside.
Inside only? Okay. And just, this is maybe a question for Jane, is the liquor license that he is applying for only allow canned sales, or would that also allow for beer to be poured out of a tap and so on?
Either.
It will allow either. Okay.
He's requesting a license as a restaurant to serve and sell beer and wine for on-premise consumption.
Okay, and it's just beer and wine only. It's not liquor at this time.
Correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? So the motion is to approve the alcohol license requested for Urban Wings at 1825 Piedmont, and this is for the main facility. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Yeah, Kevin Stoner, you have to use the raise hand. People can't count just your raised physical hand.
Oh, sorry, I need to raise your digital hand.
Digital hand. How can I figure out how to do that?
Okay. Are you on a phone?
I am on a phone.
But he has video.
He has video. Okay. On your phone, try *9.
Okay, let me go over to the keypad.
Oh, Debbie, he's actually dialed in on Zoom on the phone. So you tap the screen and you see the 3 buttons on the right. You click that, you'll be able to raise your hand.
3 buttons on the right. Sorry, guys.
*9 works when you're dialed in.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm all for his wing restaurant. If you can.
Yeah,
figure this out.
I'll add you. Try and figure it out though in the meantime, because we've got a few votes to take here.
Okay.
2.
At the same time, Debbie, we've got multiple people signing in with the same name, which I assume means somebody shared their login. We really need to know who those folks are, because I can't validate 4 different people with the same name.
Yeah. When we get through the alcohol license, we're gonna clean that up if folks don't do it already. Okay, I'm only counting 2 additional people, 3 additional people, so that's 50 in favor. All right, let me drop your hands. Okay. Oh God, this is gonna... All those opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone in opposition. By a vote of 50 to 0, the application for the main facility is approved.
And I'd like to make a second motion, please, to recommend approval for the alcohol license for the patio.
This would be for the patio only. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kay. Alrighty. Any additional questions? Marcy?
Debbie, this is Bill Compton. I did have one other question for the applicant, if I could. Do you have any plans to restripe the parking lot for your location?
Absolutely. Before we open, we're gonna do a whole new parking lot. We're gonna move the garbage where it is now all the way in the back.
Right.
And just put a new roof, and we painted the whole building, so it's gonna look very different by the time we open up.
And how many total parking spaces are you anticipating having?
Right now we have, I think about 30, but once we move the garbage can, we should have 10 more easily.
Okay, excellent. Good news, and we look forward to you opening.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? If not, please raise your hand. The raise your hand function is under the reactions tab on most devices. Click on reactions and you should see an icon to raise your hand.
What's the question right now?
This is an alcohol license for Urban Wings patio. The alcohol code requires that we make a recommendation on both the main facility and the patio. So this is the patio only for the same location that was just discussed. Okay, I see one thumbs up. Let me count dual votes. 1, 2. Okay, so that's 50 votes in favor. If you're opposed to an alcohol license at the patio for Urban Wings, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised. By a vote of 50 in favor and 0 opposed. The application for the patio at Urban Wings is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty.
Next application is for Sweet High, the patio. This is located at 1540 Avenue Place in Emery Point. And I did see the agent present. We actually presented on this at last month's meeting for the main facility, but there is a patio at this location that they're seeking licensing for as well. So this is an application for a patio at a new business which will operate as a restaurant serving and selling liquor, beer, and wine for on-premise consumption. No live entertainment or customer dancing is planned. It's exempt from distance requirements, zoned MRC3C with a seating capacity of 90. Operating hours are Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. And they do meet the parking requirement. My motion would be to recommend approval for the license of the patio at this location.
Okay, there is a motion to approve the patio location at Sri Thai at 1540 Avenue Place. That's in Emery Point. This is for the patio only. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Kay. Are there any questions for the applicant? And can the applicant just pop on screen so that we can confirm that she's there? I saw the name on the list as well, but they are required to be here.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good. You're the agent, right?
Yeah, no, I'm the resident.
She's the applicant.
She's
Yeah.
listed as the agent on
Yeah,
the
I'm the
application
agent. I'm
we
the-
received.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? If not, a motion's been made to recommend approval of the patio location at the Sri Thai restaurant at Emery Point. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Counting double votes. 1. Okay, I count 49 in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hand.
I'm sorry.
Please raise your hand. I don't see any. By a vote of 49-0, the motion carries.
Okay, next application
Thank
is.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next application is for Verdura Kitchen and Cocktails LLC. This is located at 560 Dutch Valley Road. Jacob Eislecker is the agent. This application is for a change of ownership at an existing restaurant to operate as a restaurant, selling and serving liquor, beer, and wine for on-premise consumption. No live entertainment or customer dancing is planned. It is exempt from distance requirements. The property is zoned PDMU, has a seating capacity of 150, has not had an alcohol license within the last 12 months. Operating hours are Monday through Thursday, 12 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Friday through Sunday, 12 p.m. to midnight, and they do meet the parking requirements. MLPA had no objections to the application since this is a new business. Mr. Eislecker, if you'd like to just tell us a little bit about your location and correct anything I may have gotten wrong in my presentation.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jacob Isliker. Pretty much the idea of the restaurant is a fine dining restaurant. The difference between us and most fine dining restaurant that exists right now is our restaurant is going to have more of like a West African feel as far as how we spice our food and how the taste of our food is. So pretty much you're going to have your general steak, salmon, and that type of food just presented in a high quality presentation, just with a slight different taste. As she explained, we do not have live entertainment, just ambient music, sort of kind of like any other fine dining restaurant that you go to. We do have a designated parking that's more than sufficient for our people that are going to be there. So that's pretty much a synopsis of what we plan on doing.
Debbie, I would like to make a motion to recommend approval of the alcohol application at this location.
And I'll second.
Thank you. A motion's been made and seconded to recommend approval of the Verdure alcohol license at 560 Dutch Valley Road. This is a location that has previously had an alcohol license. I see a couple hands raised. Are you voting or do you have questions?
I think they jumped the gun.
I think they did too. Does anyone have any questions? If not, the rest of us can vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. I see one thumbs up. Well, that went down. If you accidentally put a thumbs up, those disappear in about 10 seconds. So you might want to check to make sure that you're showing a vote. Okay, I'm going to count double votes. I can't. 1, 2. Three. Okay, I count 53 in favor. Okay, hands are down. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone opposed. By a vote of 53 ayes and 0 nays, the motion carries.
Okay, and next up is Education Ales. Justin Waller is the agent. Mr. Waller, are you here?
I am here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can you turn your camera on, please? So
Oh,
that we can-
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so similarly, this is, there are two applications tied to this one location, and they are both manufacturer licenses, one for wine and one for beer. So I'm going to present this as a single application because the information is identical, but we will be required to take 2 votes on the distinct applications. So Education Ales, doing business as Schoolhouse Brewing, is located at 1540 Avenue Place, also in Emery Point. Justin Waller is the agent. He is seeking a manufacturer's license for a new business for manufacture of beer and wine. Live entertainment is planned. The property is zoned MRC 3C because it is commercial. Because it is a commercial designation, he's exempt from distance requirements. Has a seating capacity of 137, has not had an alcohol license within the past 12 months. Operating hours are Sunday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. till midnight. And he does meet the parking requirements. Druid Hills Civic Association had no objections to this application. So Mr. Waller, since you are new, if there's anything you'd like to add, or if I got anything wrong, please correct the record.
This is this is actually our second location, but the first in the city of Atlanta. We have a brewery currently in Marietta. We've now operated for 3 years. 2 previous science teachers opened a brewery. We do not brew the same thing twice. So what we offer on tap is constantly rotating and new. What we do in Marietta is we then turn around and offer to educate the public on those recipes. We're not going to do quite as much of that at Emery Point. What we're looking there to do is focus more on sports. We've noticed a lack of any place down there to watch sporting events. So we're dubbing this the gymnasium, where we will have a number of different TVs showing any kind of sports that we possibly can. We have a very, very small system there, but we will be transporting beer back and forth between our Marietta location and that in Emery. We will have, I believe right now we're set to have 16 different beers on tap, but they will be rotating. There's a roll-up door that will open to the patio, the existing patio that's already outside there at the previous Poppy's Cuban Kitchen. And we've already reached out to some of the local restaurant establishments to make sure that we can kind of build off of each other to make sure that if customers are hungry, we can certainly direct them there and perhaps set up a system of runners to get food brought back and forth.
That's interesting. Any questions for the applicant? Jane, is there Van Beasel? Go ahead.
Hey, I just have a couple quick questions. So live music is planned for that location, is that correct?
It is. We're gonna our primary focus right now, at least, is to focus on acoustic. There's just, first of all, there's not a lot of room indoors or outdoors, and we also are well aware of the residents above. So noise ordinances and just common courtesy are very much taken into consideration.
Okay. And then in terms of exterior noise, same question. Will there be performances outdoors? Will you have, TVs outdoors and so on?
Right now, all we've got planned for outside are the existing speakers, and we wouldn't be playing them any louder than they were before.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Thank you. Kay, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick one. You talked about how many taps you were going to have. Do you do any canning or bottling?
We can in Marietta, so there
Okay.
won't be that kind of machinery involved at Emory, but we will be taking it to Marietta, canning it, and bringing it back. So those canned beers will be available, but we won't be operating the machinery there.
Okay.
So will you be manufacturing any beer at Emory Point?
Oh, absolutely, yes. No, we have a 2-barrel system that is being put in place currently. That doesn't produce a whole lot. Actually, what we're focusing more there is specialty, very small batch, one-off things that won't be available just anywhere.
Okay. And Jane, did you want to do both applications at the same time or separately?
I think we have to do them separately because they're viewed as separate applications.
Yeah, I know we have to vote differently, but okay.
Oh, I mean, the information is identical in both applications, other than one is a manufacturer for wine and the other for beer. But there was no substantive difference in the information on the 2 applications.
Okay. Then Mr. Walker, will you also be bottling wine?
Again, most of the liquid wood that is produced there will have to be transported back to Marietta to be packaged. But the wine that will be produced there will be sold on tap.
Okay. But you will have vats of wine.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions? Jane, do you have a motion?
My first motion is to recommend approval of the wine manufacturer license at this location.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second, Holly.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, a motion's been made, properly seconded to recommend approval of the alcohol license for Schoolhouse Brewing for a manufacturer of wine at Emory Point. Okay, you're jumping ahead. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
It's just an eager bunch.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to count duplicate votes. I see 2 duplicate votes. It's a total of 51 in favor. Okay, is there anyone opposed? Please raise your hand. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone opposed. By a vote of 51 to 0, the motion carries.
And my second motion would be to recommend approval of the beer manufacturer license at this location.
Righty, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kay. All right, there is a motion that's been properly seconded for recommending approval of the manufacturing of beer at the Schoolhouse Brewing at Emory Point. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, I count 48 ayes. All opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. By a vote of 48-0, the motion carries. Okay, Mr. Walker, we'll look forward to your business opening up.
Thank you very much. I look forward to it as well.
And Jane, did you want to address the two review and comment?
The Alici in E, I saw no issues or discrepancies on that application. And would just defer to NPU-E in their vote. And I spoke to their vice chair and she shared no concerns.
Okay, NPU-F is asked, or all NPUs are asked to look at locations that are within 300 feet of the boundaries, and NPU-F is adjacent to NPU-E, which is the Midtown neighborhood, and NPU-N, which is in Ponce Highland. And we do have an application that Jane was just referring to, Alici. Does anyone have any comments regarding this location? If not, we will defer to NPU-E in their recommendation. If you have any comments, please raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any comments. In the worst? Anything to say about the worst?
I saw no discrepancies or issues on that one either. So I would recommend deferral to the home NPU.
Okay. The other application is the worst, which is located at 863 Ponce de Leon and Ponce Highland. Does anyone have any comments that they would like to share regarding that application? Sean Doty is the applicant for that. And we don't have to take a vote on either one of those. Okay.
That's all I have.
That's it. That's actually a lot for us. We don't usually have that many. Okay. Before we get into the zoning applications, I just want to take a pause to make sure that we've got the voting situation set up correctly.
I think the duplicates have corrected themselves. I'm not seeing any now.
Okay, I do see one person with the first name only.
Yes.
And we do need to have a last name so that we could check our records to see if you're a verified. So if you could update that, please. Okay. And I am only counting 1, 2, 3, 4 couples or pairs of people on the same, or I'm sorry, 5 on the same device. And if we could just do a quick check to verify that there are 2 people, really. I think Foy and Great is Chalk. We saw both of you here. Is that correct?
Yep. Jane and Jer Martin are both here. Deborah Dingman, and I can't even see Deborah, who that other name is.
Deborah, and that's Deborah Dingman and Dan Danoon, and we're both registered and approved.
Okay.
And so I count our vote twice because we voted the same way.
Yep, that's what we were checking.
Okay, and is there anyone else that we need to check? And then there are a number of people that are not verified. Is there anyone on this list that believes that they should be? I'm sorry, I said, oh, Andrew Sheldon.
Andrew, when did you send in your verification
As soon,
for?
as soon as I found out it was necessary, about 6:30, I guess.
Tonight?
Okay,
Mhm.
so I will go try and find that now and update it.
I appreciate that. Same with Ann Sheldon.
Same for me.
Okay,
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, who's that?
Alan Chin.
Chin. Right.
I sent mine in yesterday.
Okay, do you want to check on Alan as well?
This is Carrie Montal Cone. I received an email that I was verified.
okay. But I'm recognizing all these names, so I know I saw them. So I will go back after the fact and figure them out, but I'm sure that they're all correct. So I will update those.
My wife Amy was, so I assume I should be as well. This is Alan Shin.
Well, I show Amy, I don't show you, so I don't know if she sent something that had both your names and I just didn't pick up on it, Alan. But I
Okay.
know you registered and I trust that you live with her, so.
You can ask the Sheldons.
William Wassell or Wassel?
Hi, Debbie. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah, I got an email verification that I was registered, but I'm not seeing a V next to my name. So I just want to make sure I'm good to
William,
vote.
I show a John Wessel that was approved.
That is my brother, but I also got it.
Okay.
Could it be under another name, William?
It's under William.
Okay, great. Okay, Lance Chernow?
Similarly, I registered on Friday and I didn't receive a verification.
Did
You
not?
did or did not?
I did.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
Harder to get a V than it is to get a liquor license.
You know,
I don't know, if you ask some of our applicants, they would not agree with that.
That would be a correct statement.
yeah, Zoom is great, but there are just some quirky things that we have to do in order to make it work for us and to be more like our in-person meetings. Okay, well, Kay is doing that research. Oh, I see one more hand raised. Morris and Basia Safety.
Yes, hi. I registered on Friday, I think, but I'm not sure if there's anything else involved. I got an email.
Did you send in something that showed where you reside? That proved where you reside?
No, but where can I send that? I can get any piece of mail right now to send in if it's possible.
Can you text?
Yeah, of course. Should I just message you directly?
You can text it too. And if this
Okay.
is in the chat as well. Where did that number go? Bear with me 1 second. I have to find it where I put it in the chat.
Oh, no worries.
Another party heard from.
Didn't sound like they were old enough. to-
Okay, text to 404-502-7405.
Can I repeat the number to you? Sorry, it's 404-502-2. Oh, sorry, 404-502-7475.
7405.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
It's in the chat in case you need it.
Thanks.
No. I was chatting away to everybody with unmute, so sorry about that.
Okay, I have muted all because sometimes we get noises in the background and that interrupts the flow of conversation. So only Kay and I are unmuted at this point. All right, so we're going to start with the zoning review board application, and I just want to go through the process that we'll use this evening. I know most of you are here tonight because of the 3 applications for the in-town Jewish preschool project. Because it requires a different vote for each of the applications and a separate report to the ZRBZA, we're going to start with an overview of the entire project and then deal with each application separately. We're going to follow the process that the NPU typically uses for our zoning and BZA applications. This is kind of tried and true for us. All votes will be by hand counts using the raise your hand function. If you're on the phone, you can click *9 to raise your hand. So these are the steps that we're going to follow for an orderly meeting and to give everyone an opportunity, a chance to be heard. First, I'm going to ask the applicant to give an overview of their project and address the rezoning application, the special use permit, and the requested variances. This is to give us kind of a lay of the land. Then I'll open the floor for questions only to get clarification on the project. We can debate the merits of the project once all the questions are answered and asked. You may also put questions in the chat and we'll try and monitor those as well. Please address the questions to me and I'll direct them to the appropriate person for answer. Because a recommendation goes to 2 different boards and I need to report the NPU recommendation with some specificity, I will take each application separately, starting with the rezoning V2249. And then we'll go to the special use permit and the variances. Each application stands on its own, and a vote to support or oppose does not mean that you need to support or oppose all 3. Virginia Highland will then report on their findings and make a recommendation for each application. We'll then begin discussion on the motion and the merits of the motion itself. Since everyone is muted, you will get a message on your screen asking you to unmute, and I will call on people in the order that hands go up. I do have Marla Johnson is acting as timekeeper tonight, and she will set her timer for 90 seconds. And I'll ask her to give you a 15-minute warning to wrap up. Please identify yourself and when you start speaking, and also tell us where you live in regards to in reference to the project, so we know who is speaking. We have some context. If you're speaking as a representative for others, please let us know that. And I would ask, so that we can keep things moving along, not to repeat the same issues, to stay on point, and please, please, please stay respectful during the discussion. After everyone has spoken, we will vote on the motion up or down. If the motion fails, an alternate motion can be made, but we do need to make a recommendation. And that recommendation could be to recommend approval, recommend denial, to recommend a deferral, or to make no recommendation. So we have pretty much 4 choices. Okay. Jennifer, I see your hand raised. do you want to wait until after we have an overview of the project itself?
Well, the request for deferral is based on some issues related to notice, as well as an open issue with the Department of Planning regarding an issue with the application. The planning department indicated that they were going to get back or provide a response today, and they didn't. So if there are procedural issues, I'm wondering if those can be heard first on a motion to defer before addressing the substantive issues of the applications.
You know, Jennifer, this is not a court of law, and we do need to make a recommendation of some kind. So I would like to first talk about the project itself and see, you know, so that everyone in the room hears all aspects of it. And then when it comes time to make a motion, we can consider a deferral if we feel like there's pieces of information that we don't have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Randy Pimsler or Rabbi Schusterman, would one of you like to start off?
I think I'm going to let Randy do that. Randy?
Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I share a screen? Could I get permission to do so?
Yes, and you should be able to share it without me doing anything.
Very good. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Randy Pimsler, architect with Pimsler Haas Architects, and we are representing the in-town Jewish preschool on these multiple applications before the group this evening. And we appreciate your consideration in this endeavor. The project involves 604 and 608 Coolidge Avenue and 1041 and 1045 Monroe Drive. 3 of the 4 parcels, as you can see on this screen, are zoned R4, single family residential, and 1 property, 604 Coolidge, is currently zoned C1, commercial zoning. The project that we are proposing to undertake is the development of the in-town Jewish preschool. The preschool currently occupies 3 of the 4 parcels of land in question. The footprint of the building is 8,950 square feet. The existing buildings on the 4 parcels represent 7,380 square feet of floor area. And the second floor is approximately 3,900 square feet. That yields a floor area ratio, or the ratio of heated square footage to net lot area of 0.44. The allowed FAR in this R4 zoning is 0.50. The project covers a fair amount of the property. The existing lot coverage is 53%. We're allowed to be at 50%, and we are requesting to increase the lot coverage to 59%. The first floor plan is on the screen now. We have an entry element, some administrative offices on the left, a multi-purpose room and art room for children, and then the area here to the west and the southern portion here are classrooms. The second floor are additional classrooms. So the only portion of the building that is a second floor is the classroom wing. The area to the east side of the 2-story portion of the building is a playground. It's recessed fairly far down into the site. There's a proposed retaining wall along this property line to the north. That's to allow us to excavate and get the building along Monroe to a grade that's similar in elevation to that along Coolidge Avenue. The proposal includes a fence, a proposed 8-foot fence, where a 6-foot fence is allowed along the entire perimeter of the property adjacent to the existing R4 parcels of land that are on Monroe, Crest Hill, and Coolidge Avenue. In addition to the fence, there's a landscape buffer proposed that would be evergreen plants, typically a cryptomera or a Leland cypress. The elevations of the building present such that this is the, in the upper right-hand corner, the facade with the porte cochere and entry element facing Coolidge. This portion of the building that fronts on Monroe, here's the porch on Monroe, but the building is would be pretty well behind the commercial building that's on the corner of Monroe and Coolidge. This is the main facade on the lower left corner. Here's the main facade with 2 porches and 2 residential style structures facing Monroe. And this, again, is the portion of the building that fronts on Coolidge, which would primarily be obscured from view by the commercial building that's at the intersection again. And then these are the interior facades, the rear of the building, that is the 1-story portion on Coolidge. This is the 2-story building, and the playground is kind of nestled in here. And the remaining facades of the building basically facing this is the rear yard of the property along Monroe. We've done some kind of overlays at the request of the Virginia Highland Civic Association Planning Committee to show the relative heights. These dashed lines represent the relative heights of a allowed structure, 35-foot average height of the buildings. We've done that on both of these facades. So you can see it's a relatively low scale building. And this represents the transitional height plane along the boundaries, which we don't have any issues with. Just trying to show the scale here. This again represents the commercial building in both of these buildings. We chose not to shade that out. We're just trying to show the relative heights of these adjacent structures. This drawing shows the simulated height of 1051 Monroe with the 8-foot high fence along the border, the proposed landscaping, the depth, if you will, of the placement of the playground. And then we have some rendering views, which I'll just click through fairly quickly. And I'm glad to go back to any of these, at any time that folks might find that to be helpful. So a couple of other elements of the project, the enrollment and the staffing increase approximately 30%. The current enrollment is 90 students. We anticipate increased enrollment to 120 students. The current staffing is 23, and we anticipate an increase to 30 staff members. And one thing that has been emphasized throughout this is that generally the children don't all come at one time. They have staggered days of enrollment. They have staggered times of enrollment. So the capacity is unlikely, based on historical data, if that's an indication, the fact that children will be there all at one time is pretty much non-existent. Over a period of several meetings with adjacent neighbors, we tried to work through some issues, including the development of a parking policy and a vehicular access policy. We heard quite a few issues that were raised throughout our conversations with the neighbors, and the school implemented this over the summer. They're currently utilizing this plan, and we're certainly open to continuing to modify that plan over time. But we hope that that plan, which I'm glad to go over in detail if you would like, helps lessen the impact of traffic and parking on Coolidge Avenue. We shifted the retaining wall at the north along the northern boundary to preserve trees and propose a taller fence than the code would allow, thus leading to a special exception request. And we implemented some additional landscaping along the boundaries to reduce some of the noise. We shifted the parking along the eastern edge of our property as far to the west as we could to in response to comments from the neighbor along Coolidge there. The Civic Association requested 6 conditions, all of which we have every plan of accepting and complying with. Madam Chair, would you like me to walk through the various requests at this time, or pause and let you present those? What is your preference?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and present them?
Very good, thank you. So as the chairperson noted, the first request, Z2249, is to rezone, and I'm going to go back one page. Oops, sorry. The first application is to rezone 604 Coolidge from C1 to R4. The neighborhood had actually made this request early on. It's a impact on the property. A downzoning always leads to devaluation of properties, jumping from commercial development to residential development. But going through this process, we understood the nature of the request from the neighborhood, and so that's our first application. The second application is for a special use permit, and the special use permit basically is a conditional approval allowing for types of uses that are not normally or readily supported in the zoning ordinance under a certain type of zoning category. In this case, R4 mandates that a special use permit is required for the development of a proposed preschool. It's not a commercial building. It is a use that's allowed under the application of a special use permit. The important thing to remember is that a special use permit becomes conditional on site plan, on the conditions that are imposed by the neighborhood, and usually there will be additional conditions we expect by the planning staff, and all of those conditions become time monitored. In other words, the application is issued for a specific period of time, let's say 3 years, and at the end of those 3 years, we don't renew the special use permit. We start the special use permit process all over again with a new application. So that provides a fair amount of leverage if things are not working for the neighbors and or the neighborhood to reevaluate the issuance of this special use permit. The conditions that the neighborhood imposed actually allow for a review post-construction and in an effort to monitor how the development is impacting adjacent properties. The third item is actually composed of 2 parts. One are a group of variances and a group of special exceptions. The city just has nomenclature for different requests when designs vary from the allowed zoning ordinance. So the 2 special exceptions are to allow for the reduction in parking. A building of this nature would require 22 parking spaces. We have provided 7 parking spaces, as you can see here, one of which is handicapped. This is a drive-through with a portico share along the entry and exit along Coolidge Avenue. And the plan is to require teachers to park across Monroe. There would be no young children walking across Monroe. There would be adults walking across to at a safe location at an intersection to come to the school. Parents really don't spend a lot of time parking unless there's an unusual circumstance. So we do feel that the 7 spaces are adequate. Generally, what happens is a vehicle enters. We're hoping they are approaching from the east along Coolidge, making a right into the property, dropping off with staff assistance, and then exiting the property and heading to Monroe. This is a much greater amount of parking and a much larger drop-off than the current situation. And the building is pushed back to accommodate that additional drive area and parking. So one of the special exceptions, again, is a reduction from the required parking of 22 spaces to 7 spaces provided. The second special exception is to allow for an 8-foot tall fence where a 6-foot tall fence is allowed. That would start here at the front yard setback 35 feet off of Coolidge Avenue. It would wrap the entire property along all the residential properties and stop basically at this corner, which is the 35-foot front yard setback along Monroe Drive. In addition, there are 3 variance requests. The first is a variance to allow the pavement in the front yard to exceed the 33% allowed by ordinance to 74%. Just to put this in perspective, if we had a 14-foot drive that made a loop and 1 parking spot for handicap individuals to meet the accessibility requirements, that would be approximately 32% of pavement. So the guidelines for R4 are clearly geared towards, a single parking spot and a driveway. And we understand that, and the nature of the proposed project generates the request for the variance. The second is to increase the lot coverage from the 50% allowed to the 59%, which is provided. Other than this parking area, we would be well below 50%. There just isn't a lot of lot coverage. As I mentioned, the footprint is quite comparable to single-family residences that might be placed on the property. The third variance is to allow for the increase in the to allow for parking in the required front yard. Basically, in a single-family zoned district, the requirement would be, the provision in the zoning ordinance would be to place the parking outside of that front yard. So a couple of those variances and special exceptions are the result of ongoing attempts to offset this proposed development with concerns that we heard from the neighbors. In addition to these, we have filed for a special administrative permit with the Beltline. The application is active because we thought it was going to be required. There's been varying comments about whether or not it is a requirement or not. One of the planners that's assigned to this case indicated that it would not be required because the Beltline overlay does not apply to R4 properties. There seems to be a concern that it should be applicable. We're very comfortable discussing those requirements. There would not be a lot of variations other than the parking between the building and the street. That's a kind of a no-no for the Beltline. The Beltline is in close proximity to this property just south along Monroe here. So, Madam Chair, I hope I've done an adequate job of giving the group an overview. We're certainly glad to answer any questions or comments or concerns. And again, we appreciate everyone's time this evening and look forward to following up. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. I'm now going to open up the floor for questions only. If you have a question regarding this project, please raise your hand. Diana Padron, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a few quick questions. One, what is the total area of the building, number of square feet of the building?
Randy?
Well, that's one.
I'm glad to answer. I muted myself, but as I mentioned in my opening comments, the first floor area.
No, I just want total square feet, that's all.
12,850.
Okay, so about 13,000. Okay, next, have any formal traffic studies been done on the impacted streets and neighboring streets, or projections for
No,
traffic impact? No, is that correct?
That's correct.
Next, is there a zoning variance requirement to combine the 4 lots for one structure?
There is not a requirement to consolidate the lots. We have planned on doing that, but it is not a zoning requirement.
Okay, and the next question is, what plans, or will you share the plans when they're made, presumably before construction starts, what plans you might have to ameliorate the negative impacts of the construction on the streets that are impacted, including Monroe Drive? It's gonna be pretty heavy duty stuff. So can you address that?
I'm sorry, are you asking for a plan that is related to traffic, or a plan that's related to the building itself? I don't quite understand.
The construction, whatever it is, it might be traffic, it might be, cement trucks, it might be heavy trucks, it might be backhoes, just how is that going to go on, and how is that going to impact our historic brick street?
Yeah,
I'd like to see that at some point when that is developed, is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely, Ms. Padron. We'd be glad to do that. As we've had continued conversations with the Virginia Highlands Civic Association, as well as their planning committee, we've been discussing this issue. It was brought up at the board meeting, and one of the conditions is to repair damage to Coolidge and the historic street. We will do a documentation of the existing conditions. My response to the committee and the board was that it seems most appropriate to focus vehicular access for construction along Monroe and at the western edge of Coolidge, so that we can minimize the impact. I think it's very reasonable to plan to minimize traffic coming from east on Coolidge to the west on Coolidge. But in response to your comment, I think a pre-construction meeting with the impacted neighbors would be absolutely reasonable. And we do that quite often on larger projects with our development clients. And I don't see any reason that we could not facilitate that on this project.
Okay, great. Thank you. Holly Sassnet.
Hello, Randy. I can see on the site plan that there's some designations of some trees. Do you have a tree plan?
We don't have a formal tree plan right now, Ms. Sassnet. We will develop such during the permit process. We have in the planning committee mentioned to us a couple of preferred species, which were native, evergreens. We're certainly glad to consider that. What we've typically done are fast-growing evergreens such as cryptomera and Leland cypress, but we're very open to input in that regard.
Randy, I mean the existing trees on the site, because your demolition will definitely affect existing trees as well as your new construction. So in terms of seeing critical root zones, it looks like there's probably some hardwoods there, and I'm just curious if you've developed a plan yet.
We have all the trees documented, Ms. Sasnet, and the perimeter trees, for the most part, are intended to be preserved. The boundary trees to the north are intended to be preserved. There's a couple of trees on the site, once the grading is completed, that I do not believe will be preserved.
I'm sure you understand that grading itself, you have to discuss tree measures before you do grading, especially I'm looking at a 25-inch DBH. It looks like that's going to be really at risk for sure. But I can't really tell on this. I see a 26 or 28 too. I can't really tell what's what, but you will. I mean, I know that you will have to develop a tree plan, but you don't have it yet.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jennifer Keenan.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Randy, does the proposed building constitute a single-family detached dwelling?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if that's the case, the R4 regulations only allow for 4 types of permitted structures. They allow actually 3 types of permitted structures. The permitted structures in R4 are public schools operated by the Atlanta Board of Education, single-family detached dwellings, and structures and uses required for the operation of MARTA. So if this building does not satisfy one of those 3 criteria, how can it be constructed under R4?
Ms. Keenan, my understanding is that that is the rationale. You're right about those named structures. Those are essentially permitted by zoning. It is my understanding that it's fairly typical to apply for a special use permit for uses that are outlined in the zoning ordinance, and we have followed that procedure. So I believe your question is perhaps better directed to the planning department at the city.
Well, just to follow up, the R4 regulations have 2 relevant sections, and I don't know if I can share my screen because it shows the statute and the regulations. Can I share my screen?
You can now.
Okay. Okay, can you see it? Great. Okay, so Chapter 6 R4 regulations. Again, subsection 003 is permitted structures. And again, there are only 3 types of structures that are permitted. Then subsection 005, special permits, says that the following uses are permissible, subject to the limitations and requirements set forth herein. So the limitations are these types of structures. So if you are building something that is not a public school operated by APS, a single family detached dwelling, or a structure for use for MARTA, it's not allowed. The special uses are allowed for the types of buildings, structures that are allowed under R4. Because your building is not allowed under R4, your special permit isn't valid.
Yeah.
So it's a 2-prong requirement. I get it. You're applying for a special permit for a school, but your structure isn't allowed under subsection 003.
So I would just point out that we have seen numerous applications for structures such as churches, new buildings in R4 and other single-family districts that have gone through this exact same process. So I don't think it's extraordinary. I don't think it's unusual. Mr. Young is the interim director of this department. I don't know if he wants to weigh in, but I believe that we are talking about some nomenclature issues here. And this is a standard process that's used on a regular basis. So you may be calling into question something that, in my opinion, is beyond the scope of this particular project.
Well, Doug, are you available to opine on this? I mean, I understand maybe things have been done in the past, but the language of the regulations is very clear. So just because something has been done in the past that violates the regulations doesn't mean that the regulations don't apply here.
Doug, I'll leave it up to you whether or not you want to respond. I do think that Randy is correct that this is an issue that needs to be addressed by the planner and the Office of Zoning and Development. And I know that your responsibilities are outside of that department.
Thank you, Debbie. Yeah, I would defer to the Office of Zoning and Development, which actually manages the rezoning process. But I am familiar with this kind of request coming before NPU-F and others in the past. But the zoning administrator would be making a decision about the applicability of the request. And I believe that Ms. Keene's in communication with them now, and hopefully they'll get the information they need.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair, if I could just mention, and I don't want to, dominate here, but there is a fairly formal process that our office adhered to early on, including a concept review committee where this application and all of the attached applications were reviewed in a formal meeting with 2 planners in attendance. And I would just like to point out that this issue was never presented to us. The Office of Planning is going through their review now. This has never come up as an issue of concern. And I would emphasize that this is a fairly standard application for a special use permit in a single family zoning district. Thank you.
Yeah, and we've had similar applications in our NPU over the years. Jennifer, do you have any other questions related to any other questions? Okay, I see your hand is down. William Wassell, do you have a question?
Hi, Debbie. Yes, I do. So first of all, I have a question related to the last statement that the concern was never raised. Consistently, there's been input at meetings given that there should be changes to the project, including things like maintaining the 4 existing structures.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
So my point and my question is that there has been input given. And my question is, what material design changes have been made to respond to that input? Specifically, that there be maintained 4 single-family size structures as part of the project, as well as drainage and off-site parking. We've heard the project described and cosmetic changes. My question is, what material design changes have been made to address the concerns that have been raised at meetings with the architect?
Okay, Randy.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment and question, Mr. Wassell. The notion of maintaining and continuing to utilize 4 structures or redeveloping them as separate buildings for the proposed use was reviewed at length with the administration of the school program and my office, with the conclusion being that it wasn't fundamentally a workable situation for small children in this environment. So it was studied, and the plans were not supported by the administration. if I failed to mention the parking issues, I apologize, but following early on comments that we received from the adjacent neighbors, I think we had a series of 3 or 4 meetings. We went back and forth and tried to study increased parking on the property to find that it really, based on the irregularity of the shape and the topography of the property, additional parking was going to be really problematic to implement. So we tried to strike a balance between the required parking and the parking which could be accommodated on site. We actually got comments from several people that said they didn't really think that parking was necessary on the site, as long as we could find places to locate, parking for staff and whatnot, because there are not that many parents that stay for a long duration. I tried to mention that earlier. So our hope is that by implementing and maintaining a parking policy that encourages, forces basically staff and teachers to be located off-site, that the parking will be more than adequate. Right from the start has a kind of a formal requirement for a drop-off area, and I think the portico share and the stacking ability will alleviate a fair amount of congestion that we're experienced over the years along Coolidge. And so I don't think we turned a deaf ear to that. I'm sorry if you weren't participating in all of those meetings, but we did try to address that. And the one of the conditions, your third comment, I believe, had to do with stormwater management. We have filed a letter of record from May of last year from our civil engineer, Jonathan Hicks, with JVG Engineering, noting the amount of increased stormwater reduction that will be take place on the site. The planning committee has requested that in one of their formal conditions to us, that the pavement in the front yard be porous pavement to allow for the reduction in stormwater requirements. And we're comfortable agreeing to those. Keep in mind that right now, those 4 homes have little to no stormwater management systems. They've not been worked on, and the green infrastructure requirements from the city of Atlanta are not addressed at this current time. So we'll be forced to deal with that, and we hope it'll be actually an improvement in the existing conditions. I hope I've answered your questions.
Okay, thank you. Ann Sheldon?
My question is regarding if you are approved for this construction, in your planning for the construction and the impact on the neighborhood, particularly Coolidge as well as Monroe, are you anticipating coordinating this timeline with the Monroe Road Diet? Because the two cannot coincide.
Are you, Ms. Sheldon, I'm sorry, are you asking about this as we begin construction or during construction or post-construction?
No, I'm talking about in your planning, have you anticipated the problems if your construction begins at the same time or is granted to begin at the same time as the Monroe Road Diet?
I imagine that the result would be that we'd be forced to, do our work off of Coolidge. And as I mentioned previously, we would try to stay on the western edge of Coolidge and reduce the impact. There'll be vehicular access off of Coolidge. So I don't know that the impact from the Monroe Road Diet will impact our project directly.
So what happened then is, if in the unlikely event, but the possible event that the road diet begins the same time you're starting your construction, you're saying you're then going to move all of the construction access off of Monroe onto the surface streets?
No, we would continue to use Monroe, ma'am, and enter from the western edge of Coolidge off of Monroe.
I don't see how that can possibly happen with the construction that will be going on in Monroe with the road diet.
Okay.
So what I'd like to know is, are you including that in your planning and addressing that before you even coordinating with the city in terms of the Department of Transportation and what their timeline is with the Monroe Road Diet?
We'd be glad to follow up in that regard.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
All right. Robin Davis.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Robin Davis. My comment is about the process that we've gone through with the neighbor meetings, and also we were at part of the Virginia Highland meeting last week. And during these meetings, we would ask the same questions, and then we would get 2 or 3 different answers to the same questions. And I know many of us here are remembering these, and I wanted to talk about that because I think we do need some clarity on these very important issues. At the second meeting, somebody was saying with the current traffic problem on Coolidge, it was just going to get worse with the scale of the school expanding. And the answer was, oh, well, we could possibly move the entrance to the Monroe side. And then immediately a Monroe neighbor said, oh, that would be so dangerous for the children to get out and have traffic slowed on the Monroe side where the traffic is very fast. And then the answer was, well, we can put it back on the Coolidge side. So to me, that's sort of been the theme, that whatever our concern was, there would be a different answer in place in reply. And when we were talking about the after-hour events, that there would be some evening dinners, events where parents and children would attend, street parking would be full because people would be home. They're going to have to park in the Park Tavern parking lot and walk across Monroe with children. And then when we mentioned that, it was like, oh no, we're not going to have that happen. We're not going to have parents park there with their children. But there are times when parents and children will need to be in the building at the same time, and there's no safe place for them to park other than the 7 parking spots that are planned for the property. And that's also 7 parking spots during school time with 30 employees. So it's there needs to be one answer to each question. The last point I'll make is the special use permit. And Randy had explained that if there were problems, because we were saying, oh, there's this, there's that. He goes, oh, if you have a problem, the special use permit is reviewed every year. And every year you'll have a chance to weigh in and talk about your concerns that'll have to be reapplied for. But then in the plan that's submitted here tonight, they're asking for a permanent special use program that would just be in place constantly. Then there was another option that it would only, the special use permit would be at least 5 years before a review. And then tonight, Randy mentioned the 3-year. So with the special use permit, is it permanent? 5 years, 3 years, 1 year? And I think that we really need to have some consistent verification of these very important questions.
So I'll take responsibility for any miscommunication that might be out there, since I've been administering all of these meetings from start to finish. I've been pretty consistent about speaking about the vehicular access. I don't think I've vacillated on that at any time. I even went to the measure of developing this vehicular access and parking policy on behalf of the school and tried to get that implemented, which was successful. The after-hour events has been talked about in numerous instances as we've reviewed this project. And you are correct that after-hour events will require parents with their children in hand to cross Monroe. I don't think that's, that's not going to be a daily activity. And that's what I made mention of, is that the daily activities, we would not want children crossing there. But as the special events are planned in those hours, I believe there are ways to safely get parents and children to cross that street. And the confusion about the special use permit and the duration, I understand that comment. It's very, very, very typical for an applicant to request the maximum duration for a special use permit. It is very, very, very unusual for the first application such as this to be approved without a time constraint being conditioned on the special use permit. In my experience, and we do quite a few of these over the years that we've been in practice, the special use permits are limited in duration to 3 years on the first go around. We completed a special use permit in Candler Park, NPU-N, several years ago. As I mentioned, it's not a renewal, it's a new application. We applied for the new application. All of the issues which were identified in that initial application, there were concerns and conditions. After 3 years, the next time the special use permit application was made, the duration was indefinite. So I hope that helps to explain some of the inconsistencies as you've identified them. They're not intentional to mislead anyone. I've offered an intense amount of information over the years to the neighbors in the neighborhood. I've never tried to deceive anyone. I don't have a reputation for doing so. And I hope I've attempted to clarify some of the concerns that you've raised, Ms. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. My only comment is that from the second
Questions only, please.
neighbor meeting, sorry, pardon me?
Questions only, please.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we'll have plenty of time for comments.
Do you
I'm sorry, you're muted. Joey Klein?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
But mine is actually more of a comment, although a very supportive one, which I think is lacking. So if I need to wait for that, that's
yeah. Let's handle the questions first. Okay?
that's fine.
Great, thank you. Foy or Grace Chalk?
Hi, thank you. So, sir, are you aware that the Cantoni building has been sold recently commercially, number one? And part two, oh, you asked us to tell where we live. I live across the street. I'm in the west end of a very delicate street. How do you plan on getting heavy machinery in and out when a Escalade can barely get up the street?
Yes, sir. Appreciate your comment. You asked about the Cantoni building. We are aware of that. We have tried, as many people have, to find out what the redevelopment plans are for that site. We've been unsuccessful in that regard. And I feel like this is another one of those, whatever I say is sort of the wrong answer perhaps, but the easiest access point in terms of large vehicles would be off of Monroe. As Ms. Sheldon indicated, if that doesn't become an option, we will be forced to access off of the very west of Coolidge, with the intent of not allowing vehicles to come off of Park heading west from the east down Coolidge in an effort to protect the streetscape.
Okay, I see two more hands raised. Andrew Sheldon, you've already asked a question, so I'm going to skip over to John.
Don't do that. I've not asked a question.
His wife asked a question, Debbie.
Debbie, I asked the question.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Ann did.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. It's clear to me from just 2 meetings now that traffic is a major concern with this project with the neighbors. And so I'm wondering why you have not done any traffic studies.
That was basically a new request this evening by, or a comment from Ms. Padron. I don't think it's out of the question. I think the increase in vehicles, Mr. Sheldon, from the numbers that are currently visiting the school, if we're take the numbers of attendees with a 30% increase, I don't think it's going to yield a significant impact on a traffic study, but I would not rule that out.
Okay, thank you. And John Wessel?
Yes, hi, I'm at 665 in the Middle Coolidge. My question is, the entire employee parking is predicated upon parking at Park Tavern. My question is, they're not under any contractual obligation to provide that. So what would the plan be if they were to get tired and revoke it, or perhaps they're going to sell the property to another owner? What is the contingency plan?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Wassell. The administration at the school pursued the parking at Park Tavern. That property is actually Beltline property. It's public property. It's not associated with that particular facility. If in the event that property was no longer available, we would definitely have to seek alternatives. I imagine looking at the vicinity, it may turn out to be a shuttle situation for the staff and teachers. There's just not that much other available parking in that area, as you know.
Right, and I'm just sharing my screen here. I don't know if you can see that. That's one of the employees. Are you able to see a picture of a white car? I'm trying to share my screen.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, that's one of the employees' cars that's currently, generally parked outside our house. And I'll just make a quick comment. I know this is questions only, but we feel like the school's already an imposition that we tolerate. So which is fine, we put up with it, but they're asking for an expansion, which is it's what they're currently doing is frankly an imposition. So I won't make a speech, but that's my question and comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm now going to ask the Virginia Highlands Civic Association.
I have a hand raised.
Oh. Okay.
I thought I did.
You must have just popped it up. I'm sorry. Mr. Wassell, do you want to clear your screen, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Sorry.
Okay, not quite.
Yeah, can you just kill me?
I'm not sure that I can.
Oh, Lord. I'll just stop video. How's that?
Oh, no, that would be perfect.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, Andy Malfacone, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Andy. I live at 621 Crest Hill. We're catty corner behind the school currently as it sits. 2 questions. One for Randy and the rabbi, and probably the first one is for the rabbi. You mentioned again tonight that the expansion will take you up to a capacity of 120, I think I heard, of students. And we've mentioned again that at no point in time are all of the current students at the school with the current size of it. What number of students do you anticipate being on premises at any given time with the new expansion?
That's a great question. I mean, I would assume that probably 65% of capacity, maybe 70%. So it's hard to know, but the way it works is that, classroom, just to explain, why do we need to build extra space if it's not going to be populated? certain classrooms are designed for different age groups, and not every age group comes every single day. So you may have a smaller showing on a Tuesday and a Tuesday and a Thursday, and then a different group of kids coming Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I'm shooting from the hip here because I'm not the chief educator at the school, but
Sure.
my guess is it's probably about 65% to 70% maximum of the school's capacity.
And so that takes you roughly to around that 90 number that you're able to house right now in the 3 current buildings.
Yeah,
give or take. I understand the flex space needed. So, okay. And then my second question is around, we have asked the question several times in the neighbor meetings around the opportunity to build 4 separate structures. Tonight was the first time, Randy, that I heard you mention that was investigated originally. I believe at our last discussion, which I think was the Virginia Highlands Civic Association, it was mentioned that it was because of cost concerns. This was the first time I've heard you mention that it was because of being able to, I can't remember what the term was used, but basically facilitate that with smaller children. Can you just expand on that and what exactly you mean by that? And what are the different needs that would not be addressed by 4 separate structures?
So I might prefer for the rabbi and his group to address that, Mr. Malfeld-Cohn, but the cost was one of the considerations that we looked at. Having the small children in separate areas does not allow kind of the integration of educational opportunities to take place. The idea that the children could get to a multi-purpose, facility, multi-purpose room, if you will, and do the arts and learning opportunities in that regard. It allows for staff to be shared amongst the classrooms a bit better. It builds in efficiencies for restrooms and shared functions like the food preparation, which is going to be very limited. Most of the children bring their own. We're talking about snacks and the like, but it's those elements that start to become supported or facilitated by having one structure instead of separate structures.
That Mount Lacan thing didn't interest you? No.
That's it for me. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
Marla
you.
Johnson?
Yes, I was just curious, how long has IJP been there?
We've been at the location since 2007, and we were preceded by the Canterbury School, which I believe was there since the early 60s.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mark Hubert?
Yes, thank you. My question, the length of time of this construction and the length of time of this project has not really been fully addressed. And I've asked this before and been told that this is not something that the architect needs to think about or that needs to be addressed. But we have a street that's over 100 years old, and the residents of this street actually paid to have the asphalt removed from the street to bring it back to a brick street. And there are very few brick streets, original old brick streets in the Atlanta area. Now, I have 2 things that I'd like to address. One is that there is residential construction that is in progress and will certainly be in progress during the term of your construction. And the weight and size of the vehicles that you will be bringing onto Coolidge Avenue to bring materials and concrete and lumber and you name it. everything that is going to be used in this construction project is going to destroy that section of the brick street. Now, has there ever been a discussion about having a company remove the bricks and put them in storage and put a gravel section down so that that portion of the street is protected, and then when the project is finished, have the street put back in place so that it is back to its original condition? And also, in terms of, and I live on Coolidge Avenue, we've been here for a very long time. In terms of access to the street, if you are going to be closing off the Monroe entrance to the street or blocking the Monroe entrance to the street, and people are going to be trying to come in through Park Avenue side of the street, have you discussed having the Atlanta Police Department or having a private company come and direct traffic so that it is minimized to the point where it is not totally affecting the people on Coolidge Avenue and on Park Drive?
Mr. Hubbard, are you referring to the time frame during construction or after construction?
I am talking right now specifically about the time frame during construction. We have talked also about the time frame after construction, and you are increasing the number of students, thus increasing the number of parents that will be dropping their students off at school. And I've been to the meetings. We have discussed this at the meetings and talked about people doing 45 miles an hour down Coolidge Avenue because they're late to work and they want to drop off their children and get going. So that's also a question that I have in place, is that, yes, I know you have a security guard out front. I talk to him every day when I walk my dog. He's a very, very, very nice gentleman, and I like him. He is not a traffic control person. He is not telling people, hey, you need to do 25 miles an hour. That's the speed limit. We have Morningside, which used to be
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. And I really do want to keep this to questions.
This is a question. We have Morningside at one end of our street. We have what is now used to be Grady High School across the street from us, and we have your school. So we have an enormous amount of traffic. Is there anything that you are planning to do to control, number one, the access to the street, and number two, the speed that people drive and how they perform on our street, how they restrict their speed limits on our street? But mostly, and I'll go back to my original question, have you discussed any plans to protect the brick street, which is, again, over 100 years old, in front of your school and at the end of our block, so that our street maintains its stature?
So I hate to be redundant, but in my comments, I noted that the Virginia Highlands Civic Association Board imposed 6 conditions, one of which was to deal with the damage that might be imposed as a result of our construction traffic. So I do think I mentioned that previously. And I also mentioned that as a result of the meetings that we had with the immediate adjacent neighbors over the course of the last year, and maybe more, we developed a policy for both parking and a policy for traffic. It's been implemented. My understanding is that several people have monitored this, and it seems to be making improvements. So I hope I've addressed your comments, sir.
Okay,
You've not, but I mean, you've given the same answer that you've given time and time again.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, and then we're going to move on to the next process, which is hearing from Virginia Highland. Blair Rothstein, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. This might have been addressed earlier. In full transparency, I've had children attend IJP. I have a student currently at IJP, and I live in the neighborhood, and I was putting children to bed. But if it wasn't addressed, can either the rabbi or Randy highlight some of the benefits that you envision with the expansion? What good or benefits would this bring to the community?
Rabbi, do you want to take that one, or?
Yeah, I can start, and you can double down on me here. Well, you know, the school has served for the last 15 years now, multiple families from within the Virginia Highland Morningside community. And it's like I mentioned earlier, the school's been there for 50 plus years and has served many children that have grown up around this neighborhood, which makes the neighborhood a much more family friendly neighborhood, and a safer neighborhood, and something that you know, the community appreciates. It's also the only Jewish preschool in the neighborhood. For that matter, it's pretty much the only Jewish preschool in the in-town, the urban core of Atlanta. So it serves multiple purposes, and many have benefited from it. I think you know, from that angle, it's a blessing.
And I would say that, you know, we have, in addition to those comments from Rabbi Schusterman, you know, there's definitely an increased demand in the city for preschool programs. There's shortages throughout, and this fills that need in a fairly specific manner. We've attempted to improve policies related to vehicular movement and parking. It's going to be a similar impact on the existing neighborhood, so or the adjacent neighbors. I just don't see it being, the playground is existing at this time, and I think there are benefits to the community that we've outlined, and I appreciate your question, Mr. Rothstein.
I'll add one more small item. You know, the houses that are on the property are quite old. There's a lot of issues. Without getting too graphic, we've got rodents, decay, deterioration around the property. A new building is going to bring, you know, a healthy structure that ultimately, and it's going to be quite beautiful, which I think will, in its own way, enhance the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's hear from the Virginia Highlands Civic Association. Jess or Jack, do you have a report, please? Jess or Jack, Virginia Highland? Hello.
Yeah, hi, I can do that. Sorry, I hadn't planned on doing that. Or if Leah, I don't know if she had planned to do a formal report out.
Go, Jess, go ahead. You're on the planning committee, correct?
I am, yep. So, yeah, sorry, let me pull up my notes here. So we, Civic Association, voted on this matter last Monday at our board meeting. We did vote in support of it by a majority. And I think an important thing to point out would be a lot of the principles that we've seen in this proposal are actually not directly inspired by, I wouldn't imagine or presume, but consistent with our master plan. So Virginia Highland did a master plan, gosh, 2016, I want to say, and an update again in 2018. And support for residential single family uses is a very big part of what all of us agree on, and livability for residents. So, you know, traffic calming, walkability, zoning that protects and, you know, buffers single family detached dwellings, balancing preservation with historic buildings. All of those are things that we, you know, identified. The community was pretty consistent in that across the board, and that's reflected in our master plan. And so the vote, I think, was inspired by that, and this proposal in particular The building is very consistent with the residential, cornice line. If you look at the elevations that Mr. Pemsler showed earlier, it will look and feel like a residential use. And just having that is really valuable, and having a school that you can walk to. If you're trying to make a case about zoning, it is certainly for the city to look into, but it has been a school on that parcel for very many decades. It actually predates the adoption of the current zoning, so it's been there longer than the zoning itself. A school has as a use of this land. So I can walk through the, we recommended approval based on 6 conditions, as Mr. Pemsler mentioned earlier. I can talk through those one by one.
Okay.
If that's needed. Okay, so VHC board recommends approval based on the application documents that were submitted and the variances on these conditions. The IJP will provide off-site parking for all staff and require its use on days when the school operates with students. And we defined off-site, please, to be not on a residential street near the school. The second condition would be the IJP will use permeable concrete on the paving, so parking spaces, driveways, and sidewalks. That speaks to the stormwater concerns. A couple folks had raised that concern. So it is important that the permeable concrete gets the water into the ground. That's huge to help prevent urban flooding. Third condition is the IJP will provide to VHCA calculations of its civil engineers regarding the site's stormwater collection and treatment. So that's, in regard, the city has a very rigorous stormwater ordinance. So they'll just provide those back to us when they get to that step in the process. Number 4 condition is the IJP will maintain a record of all of its after-hour events and assemblies and include attendance and hours. So for people, thinking about that special use permit, the record of events and assemblies will help to just provide context for, oh, this maybe was an event at Piedmont Park, or something else might have been going on. And as a neighbor, it's just important to have that as a document of something rather than just an impression of something happening. So 5th condition is the IJP's initial application period for the special use permit will not exceed 3 years. So that's something we talked about earlier in this discussion. So 3 years, not to exceed. The IJP will repair damage to the surface of Coolidge resulting from its construction. So those were the conditions that the VHCA board felt comfortable with, and overall just have appreciated the process and this being a discussion. It's the willingness to add trees, to change the fence, to do the parking in a different place. I think we've very much appreciated the approach being taken here by the applicant. And yeah, that is more or less where the board landed.
Okay, thank you. Does Virginia Highland have a recommendation?
Yes, we recommend approving the application documents as submitted, including all variances, but with those conditions that I just read. And I can email that if you like.
Okay, so the first application that we have to consider is the rezoning request, which is Z2249. And is that the application that the conditions would be assigned to?
I will have to, can I get back to you on that?
Okay. Okay. Anyone else from Virginia Highland Planning Committee that wants to address their findings?
I'll just add 1 or 2 pieces here. We approach this like we have approached dozens of applications that come to us with everything that Jess mentioned, and we look at whether or not the proposal is legal on its face and is likely to receive the needed variances from the city. We saw no part of this that we thought the city would automatically deny. We also thought that there are other conditions, some of them that Randy mentioned in here, that are in addition to what Jeff said, that we didn't make conditions because Randy amended the plan. And that includes the efforts to shield the neighbors, the one on Coolidge who is shielded and supported it. And then we have the note there that we want to review the post-construction conditions because these are difficult to evaluate at this stage. Our own architects on staff were optimistic that they would succeed, but we wanted to keep the chance, we wanted to have a chance to look at it after it occurred. And lastly, and just made this point, this is a downzoning. This is a seldom seen in our lifetime downzoning. That is from a more intense permissible use with a lot of evils attendant to a less permissible one. And it will strengthen and protect our existing and future presence, the one that Jess alluded to on Monroe and Coolidge and Crest Hill. And it will prevent zoning creep. It will make it much more difficult if a future owner of Cantoni wants to go across the street and try to grab those units, which are, as many people have observed, not traditional residential units. And it will make it much more difficult for any future owner of the existing building on Monroe to creep there. This was the recommendation of our longtime 15-year zoning consultant, Aaron Fortner. He strongly recommended, and years ago, he recommended that we try to find a way to get rid of that C1. It is the only C1 lot from Coolidge to Piedmont Road on that side of Monroe, adjacent to Monroe, the only one. And it is a wedge, an arrow pointing right down Coolidge. And Aaron's fear from the get-go has been that the wrong people and the wrong building at the wrong time with the wrong mayor and the wrong zoning committees downtown would take advantage of it. And he was trying to build the kind of wall that we want to build to keep R4, our historic R4 zoning in place. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so Virginia Highland has a recommendation to recommend approval of the zoning recommendation. Is there a motion? I sort of heard a voice.
Were you looking for a second?
That is our motion, yes.
That's your motion, okay, made by Jack, and now I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Second, okay. So there is a motion to recommend approval of the rezoning application. Are there any comments specific to Z2249? Joey Klein.
Yes, hi, my name is Joey Klein. I am a parent of two IJP kids, age 2 and 5. And you can take this as a comment just for all of the different variances that are being applied for. You know, I and a number of the other parents got on here to support the school and support the Schustermans, and I'm a member of NPU-F. I've never been to a meeting before, and I figured to myself, well, this probably won't last very long. We're talking about a preschool. Who could have an issue with that? And I have to say, look, I understand being interested in what's happening on your street, right? I understand not wanting a nightclub to go at the end of your street. I understand not wanting a convenience store or gas station. And when I look at just some of the comments that have been thrown around here, that everyone on this street and neighborhood is apparently an expert arborist, an engineer, an architect, employee of the Planning and Zoning Commission of the City of Atlanta. I would urge everyone here to really think about what you are trying to poke holes in and speak negatively, because we're talking about a school of children. We're literally talking about a place where kids under 6 go to find joy and learn and grow. And that would seem to be a
That's
real
time. I'm sorry. That's time.
Okay. I mean, everyone else seemed to get about 5 minutes to voice their concerns, but
Well,
sure.
those are questions. We're now in the timed version of the call. All right, of the discussion. Okay, 90 seconds, Foy or Grace Chalk. And thank you, Marla, for jumping in.
Hi, I feel a little railroaded because we didn't get a chance to make any comments after it was supposedly approved. And full transparency, I love the school. I love where it is. I love how quaint and cute it is. Again, no one's telling where they live and no one's explaining what stake they have. So I appreciate all you parents wanting, a place for your kids to go, a safe place to go. I get it. But our street is a disaster. Our traffic is a disaster. And I would like for it to be opened up for more discussion with the corner being changed and Cantoni being changed. I just would like more debate.
Okay, nothing's been approved, so I'm a little confused about what you were referring to.
Well, we didn't have a chance to discuss before it went to approving one of the variances. We should have still been in common discussion about the school or the elevation, or just if it's even needed to expand with the way the street is. There were just a lot more questions that were answers about the total project before you went to vote.
Okay, do you have any additional questions? You could ask them now.
No, ma'am, we're commenting. We're just commenting. That's the point. We haven't gotten a chance to make comments.
Oh, okay, I'm trying to very carefully go through this process, and I've asked for questions.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought we were at comments. Apologize.
And now we're at comments. So does that complete your comment?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. There need to be more comments. Apologize. Let's
Thank
make
you.
comments.
Okay. Thank you. Jennifer Keenan.
Thank you. I'd like to share my screen again.
Okay.
Is it going?
Nope, not yet.
Okay, is it going now?
There you go.
Okay, sorry. So my 90 seconds to start now. I've already indicated that the building that's proposed is not allowed under R4 because it's not a single family detached dwelling. Also, the consolidated parcel is inconsistent with the language of the R4 regulations, which state that the purpose is to provide for the development of new communities of lots of medium size. This lot is more than triple the size, the proposed consolidated lot, I'm sorry, is more than triple the size of the surrounding lots. So I think there's no way that the 29,600 square foot lot could be considered medium size, as is required by the R4 regulations. I also think it's important to look at the types of variances that are being requested because they're significant. They're seeking a more than 100% increase in the paved area for the driveway. They're seeking a 9% increase in lot coverage and a 68% reduction in the required spaces. This is not a project where they are just building what they're allowed to build. They're looking for significant changes. This is not appropriate under R4. If they want to build a 13,000 square foot building, they need to seek the appropriate zoning such as MRC.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Travis Nichols or Dana, Travis or Dana?
Right, yeah, so we live next door at 1051, next to the house that would be torn down. But for those of you who haven't had a chance to look closely at these plans like we have had to over the last year, I want to describe a few things that might not be obvious to you. The preschool currently resides in 3 single-family homes, and new tenants just moved in next door to the house that they want to tear down, the one that they own. Not only do they want to demolish an occupied house for a business, but they want to excavate the Monroe parcels to street level. Our house sits about 12 feet above the street, which they're prepared to dig out and put up a retaining wall the entire length of the southern border of our property of our 100-year-old home. This proposal removes the single-family home next door and replaces it with a 13,000 square foot building, a building the size of Trader Joe's that can host 127 kids and 30 staff, up from the 50 that they have recently. There's no amount of fencing and foliage that will mitigate the noise of 100 toddlers or 90 toddlers on a playground 10 feet from my home office. Not only that, but it's been designed with exterior hallways that would be level with our first floor windows. We were told that despite this being
15 seconds.
It's non-negotiable and the owners refuse to compromise. Everyone knows that when kids leave, they're loud. We've been to all the meetings and have yet to see a proposal that the neighbors were satisfied with. It's unacceptable to me that this business, who by my math stands to increase annual revenues by $0.5 to $1 million per year.
That's time. I'm sorry.
Taxes, we should not be paying.
That's time.
I'm sorry, we want to get as many people in to make comments. The next one is David.
Okay, I'll try to keep the 90. First of all, I appreciate the efforts that Randy and the rabbi and the rest of the community have gone through to meet with and listen to and ameliorate the concerns of the neighbors. It's impossible to make everybody happy all the time, and they've done as much a job as I've seen. Love that this property is closing off that C1 property on Coolidge. Like Aaron Fortner, I've been concerned about zoning creep and what that could do to the fringe of this neighborhood. I live in one and own 2 properties on Crest Hill. I've been watching Kegley. We need to keep the commercial out as much as humanly possible. So this consolidation is a boon to this neighborhood. I look at this as everything that we've seen is in compliance, despite the objections that has been raised to the code in a legal challenge. Jennifer, I look forward to your taking that up with the city. I think that it would have been contested by the city up till now. I mean, up to this point, if it really were an issue, that's yours to take up with the city. I am very much in support of this. We need to protect the fringes of this neighborhood. And I think the school will be good neighbors and it will close off that C1 loophole. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm sorry, Robert.
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
One thing just to follow up with Dana, I'm at 1061 Monroe Drive, so I'm one of those 5 residences that we're going to lose one of the single family homes that's already there. And if anybody's ever walked to Trader Joe's before down Monroe, you're going to see a completely different look, and it's not going to look like Virginia Highlands. If people remember, there's a developer tried a few years ago to purchase all the property on Monroe and Crest Hill to build the structures and everything. And the planning commission said, we're not going to give up a single family residence in any zoning law. And that got rejected, never did happen. So we're losing residences here, and we're going to end up with a structure that who knows what we'll do with afterwards.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Lauren?
Hi, my name is Lauren Ravenel. I live in the neighborhood. I have 2 children, one who goes to MES at Inman and the other who goes to IJP. So I'm in the unique position of going to both for drop off in the mornings. I do want to say, for those of you who don't have to seek out early childhood care, there has been a 25 to 33% reduction in childcare centers in this country throughout the pandemic. And we were the victims of one of those closures. And IJP was available to us in a time when we really needed support for our family. Needing more childcare in this neighborhood is absolutely number one should be a top concern for this neighborhood, because it's part of who is going to be buying these houses that you guys are so concerned about. IJP is fantastic. They are an incredible resource for us. Like I said, I drop off my daughter at Inman every single morning. After I drop her off, I've got about 30 minutes to kill before IJP opens. I see parents going straight from Inman down Coolidge to Monroe every single day. So I strongly believe that a lot of this traffic is coming from those parents who are coming from Inman, not from IJP. That's hundreds of kids. And as you guys noted, there's also Midtown High right there as well. So I totally understand the concerns. I think that this is a necessary thing for our community, and I'd really encourage everyone to really think about whether this is really a meaningful difference.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Diana. Diana, did your hand go down?
I was trying to unmute myself. I was glad to hear the person that started the meeting by saying that we have ordinances to protect our quality of life. I'm therefore confused why we sidestep those ordinances by granting special use permits that can negatively affect our quality of life. And if, you know, the traffic's bad enough as it is, increasing it is not what any of us that live on Coolidge, which is where I live, want to really have. Secondly, I think the combining of 4 lots sets a bad precedent for things to come. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Michelle?
Hi there. Thanks so much for calling on me, and I apologize that my camera isn't on. I also live in the neighborhood with my family, and I can say that one of the reasons that we purchased our home was because of the proximity to IJP. We saw it as a huge benefit. We saw it as something that would attract young families. We thought it was something that was good for real estate values, as well as just good for the culture of the community and our neighborhood. And we couldn't be more thrilled that this is a school that is growing, and a school that has been so respectful to the neighbors and the broader community.
Thank you, Michelle. William?
Thanks, Debbie. The only thing I would like to say is that I believe that the number of exceptions that are required for this project demonstrates that the use that's trying to be made is incompatible with the space. And for those that were not at the meetings, the idea that people have been listened to is simply wrong. The input has been given repeatedly at the meetings. The problem is there have been no design changes or substantive actions to address that. And I think that's why you're hearing a lot of people, certainly on my part, questioning different points. There's been nothing done of substance to change the project to address the input that's been given. So I would ask that everyone please vote no on the project as currently framed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne?
Thank you. This is for Rabbi Schusterman. Rabbi, you're anticipating an increase of enrollment up to 120 students. Is that the maximum that the building can accommodate?
We are limited based on square footage by right from the start guidelines. So every classroom has a certain amount of square footage allocated per child, and we're limited by those guidelines.
I can understand the value of your school for our larger community.
Thank you.
What are your plans for when your enrollment exceeds and you need to buy property elsewhere? Are we then left with buildings that don't work as in single family homes?
Well, I'm thinking for myself, maybe a 13,000 square foot mansion for my family might be a good option. I don't know. We'll get over that hurdle when we get there. Maybe we'll open up a second location. Who knows? Who knows? But that's not even in my dream cards right now.
But that is in our concerns.
Yes, I
Because-
understand. I mean, we can philosophize about real estate values and the reality that at some point, a property of that size, if it doesn't serve a function for another preschool, which would be a likely buyer, the real estate, the value of the property goes down, and we would have to navigate what that would look like. So I don't have a specific answer for that today.
Okay, but we in the neighborhood do have a very specific concern about a structure that is not single family dwelling style and cannot be made into 4 single family homes. And, our neighborhood, our children populations are increasing.
15 seconds.
Okay, so that's my concern, because it's likely that your population will increase because of the service you offer. Just my concern.
I appreciate that. The likely buyer would be another preschool, and that's what we would anticipate. But again, it also very likely would be that we would hold on to that property and open up another location. So
That's time for that.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Susie.
Hi, I wanted to respond to Mr. Glazer's comment where he talked about different properties being removed. Meanwhile, all these people are making all these concerns, and this is right next to a set of buildings that is right on Monroe. And there's been an inordinate amount of information given about how they're going to make this look like it's part of the community. I mean, the amount of detail that has gone into this is extraordinary. The Schustermans are remarkable people. I think that the school is a gift to the community. I hope that people will understand this. I'm amazed that this has been around since the 60s and there's so much pushback. It's very difficult to imagine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susie. Okay, Ian. Ian.
Yep. Hi there. All right, just real fast. I've yet to see one of the neighbors provide any empirical data showing that the speeding traffic down Coolidge that the neighbors are just so concerned about is strictly from IJP parents. They've had many days that IJP is not in session. They could have done this study, but they haven't. They'd rather rely on anecdotal information and purely emotional appeals. And like I said in the chat box, if speeding was truly a concern for these neighbors, they should install a speed hump on Coolidge. Safety should supersede any consideration about ambiance or kitsch related to their brick street. And if you don't like the sound of children, then perhaps they should not be buying and moving into houses next door or 2 doors or 3 doors down from something that has been a preschool for at least 50 years. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy?
Hi, thank you. I just want to say that as a parent of a child who went to Canterbury when it was Canterbury School, and 2 children that went to the Jewish Community Preschool on Peachtree when it was there, we love having the school down the street. And I want to reiterate what Bill and Ann said, was that our problems are, number one, the design, making it one long commercial building instead of smaller residential buildings. We've asked that they model their construction after the children's school so that it would maintain the look of Virginia Highlands, which is what we hope to be done. And also preserving the brick street, maybe right in the architectural plans, something that the contractors would have to follow. And the traffic on Monroe is a concern with the proposed changes on Monroe. And I think that should be studied. But we do love having the school there. We just don't like the design, basically. And we've asked that be changed and it hasn't. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Diana, you spoke earlier on this motion, so I'm going to skip over to George and then I'll go back to you.
Hi, I'm George Jackson. I live next door to the IJP. I think all of this, everybody has varying perspectives of how this process has gone, but I have found, as somebody who's greatly impacted by this proposed development, I am literally next door to where their current drop-off is. I found the IJP to be much more collaborative than many of my neighbors. The first design versus the current design being proposed is very different. They have transformed the design to make it more residential seeming. It's impossible to do a building of this size that would conform completely to a residential house. I think that the fact that they're doing the tree planting and the large fence, all of that came from comments from neighbors in those meetings. And I'm somebody that I came into the initial meetings not supportive of the project. Like most people, I am hesitant to this kind of change up front. One of the other major points that they have really taken into consideration, in my opinion, is the parking for the
15
staff.
seconds.
I think that the plan of having the parking across the street, across Monroe, is a great example of their willingness to be collaborative with the neighbors in the area.
That's time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, George. Sarah?
Hi, neighbors. It's nice to see so many of you here tonight. I live on Frederica and Drury, and my twin girls go to IJP, and they have for many years. I've heard a lot of people from the street of Coolidge and Crest Hill say things about the negative impacts on the community or the decrease in the quality of life. Well, as your neighbor, just on a different street, the quality of life that IJP brings to me and my children is increased by its existence. And we are also your community. While I understand traffic concerns, they will still be there. Pick up and drop off is a short portion of the day, but a foundational good school in the neighborhood is for a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Kevin?
Hey, everybody. I'm Kevin Stroner. I live next to George and Ansley. I live at 618 Coolidge, so just one house away. I came into this meeting really not knowing how I would feel about approving or disapproving. I do know one thing. I love the daycare being there. I love the sound of the kids running around and playing. It's to say it's a thumbs up for the street is an understatement. There's no neighbor I would rather have. I'm glad to see they're trying to do, if they do get the expansion, that some parking spaces have been put in place. I would hope that the management would encourage or insist that all of the staff park across the street at the Park Tavern to kind of keep Coolidge a little freer. I don't want to lose the school, so I'm going to vote in favor of the expansion because I love that they're there and I don't know what would replace them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands raised. Any other hands raised? There is a motion on the floor to recommend approval of Z2249. Okay, now I see two more hands raised. Come on, guys, you gotta, I'd like to keep this meeting moving. Do you have any new points that you would like to make? Diana?
I just wanted to address the anecdotal nature of my observation of traffic and serious speeding on the street. Over the years, I have been to the school numerous times because I come home, when I worked in an office, I came in and walked my dog at lunchtime and was usually there around 1. People, I mean, not everybody, but all it takes is 2 or 3 to hit a cat or hit a child, which actually a child was killed on Coolidge years ago. Not necessarily by a school person, I'm not saying that. But I've also asked the police just if they would come and do a thing that shows how fast people are going or do a radar gun. people and they say, no, it's a 1 block street, we can't do that. So other than just observations, which are backed up by other neighbors, that's the best we can do, but it's not discountable just because there are observations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mark?
All right. Two things. One is that Cindy, who's my wife, our children did attend. So, and we are happy to have a school at the end of the block. That has never been a question. And I think that it's very, very important that it exists. There is a shortage in Atlanta. I agree with that as well. But I think that it's also very, very important for us, all of us, to look at this in terms of, number one, what is legally viable? What can be done legally that is not going to be detrimental, not only to Coolidge Avenue, but to Virginia Highland and to Fulton County? I mean, there are questions here in terms of zoning and registrations that are not simple questions, and they should not be overlooked. So yes, I'm very, very happy to have the school at the end of the block. Yes, I am very, very happy to see the children going down and walking down the street, and I love, our neighbors have, oh, give me a second. Our neighbors have children on both sides of us. We love listening to them. It is not a question of noise of children. It is not it is a question of what is practical. And
That's time. I'm sorry.
Fine.
Thank you. And Jack White?
Yeah, thanks, Debbie. Let me say that one of the things that's been revelatory for us on the planning committee in this was that our starting point on this was hearing about the challenges to the neighbors, which is how we start with everything. We don't start with, do we like the look of the building or do we approve of that variance? We help people get variances. If it's legal, if we think that they're going to get them in the normal process, we try to bend the results to make them the best we can for the neighborhood. But one of the things we did, and not just me, but I've counted it. I've now spent 37 mornings and afternoons sitting in my car. That's me right across from George Jackson's house, sitting in front of the Cantoni sidewalk. That's me you're walking around with your dog there, watching the school load and unload. I was convinced that I was going to see tremendous chaos and dysfunction. That's not what I've seen at all. We've seen almost no dysfunction. I certainly have seen cars speed down there. I've seen teachers park in the middle of 2 parking places, which on my street of Drury would get you a nasty note. But I have not seen dysfunction. It's efficient. It moves quickly.
15 seconds.
And not because of the traffic cop. I'll be there tomorrow morning with some new board members. I urge you to come knock on the door and to come join me down there, and let's just watch for a while and see what you think. Because I agree with the anecdotal comment. It's not these parents. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack. And Robin, I'm going to give you the last word. You have to unmute yourself, sweetie. There you go.
Sorry, I got overly excited there. Sorry about that. I just wanted to reply back to what Jack is saying, that he's watching everything, that he's doing this traffic study, and he was there during the summer months when it was very quiet. It was like the quietest. We commented that it was the quietest that we had ever seen it. But this is, we can go down there tomorrow, but it's not going to be the way it is after this big structure is built. If we're going to have 4 residential properties that are no longer residential, they have this very large building over it, and there's a lot more people going there. There's 7 parking spaces for 30 employees. Jack can go and do the traffic study by observing, but it was only when it was quiet, and it's not going to be what it's going to be like when the big building is there. So it's a totally different thing. And I think we need to consider that.
Okay, thank you, Robin. All right, I don't see any other hands raised, so I am now going to ask for a vote. The recommendation has been made and has been seconded to approve Z2249. If you are in favor of this motion, please raise your hand. If you are in favor of the motion, please make sure that you're clicking on the right icon. The thumbs up will disappear and I won't be able to count the vote. Also, please, okay. Remember that if you don't have a V, the letter V in front of your name, you will not be counted. Okay. You'll have to bear with me while I verify that they're the double votes. It's 245, 46, 47, 46. 47, 46. Okay, I count 46 in favor. That counts the two people that are on a device. And I removed some of the folks that did not have V's in front of their names. Okay.
I actually counted 47, but
47?
Yep.
Okay. We'll see how this goes. All righty. Let me clear the feedback. All those opposed, please raise your hand. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. When people come into the room, it clears my screen, so I
know.
Just start over. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, I count 33.
Yep, me too.
Okay.
Debbie, are the Schustermans eligible to vote?
No,
Okay, they voted.
I don't think.
I didn't count them.
Pardon,
Okay.
why are the Schustermans not eligible to vote?
Why? Because of the of the financial interest in the project itself?
It's a nonprofit and it's actually not owned by me. It's owned by a nonprofit.
Yeah, there are conflicts of interest rules in the city of Atlanta that I need to adhere to.
Okay.
Okay, and I hear what
Yeah.
you're saying, Rabbi, but
If that's the rules, I'm okay with that. I just, just.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's understandable. Debbie, Debbie, this is Blair Rothstein. I registered to vote, but I had to log on and off a few times, so I'm not sure why there's no V by my name. I voted in favor.
It probably disappeared when you went out and came back in.
Yes, so, yeah, so I just want to, so I did register and I received the confirmation registration and so on, so I just want to.
Yep, I've got you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, your name, did you put the V on? Oh, there we go.
And you voted
And
in
Debbie, sorry.
favor, right?
That is correct. Blair Rothstein voted in favor. Thanks.
Okay, so
And sorry, Debbie, it's Nathan Avisar. I voted to, I don't see the V next to my name. I registered and have the confirmation yesterday.
Okay, I'm sorry, your name's not coming up. You are, your name, please?
Nathan Avisar.
Okay. You've also come in and out of the meeting, haven't you, Nathan?
I did once because I was one of those that registered via somebody else link by mistake.
Got it.
Got it. Okay. And
I'm sorry.
how did you vote?
I voted for the project.
Okay, so that's two
And-
additional in favor.
Andrew Mackler also registered previously, but only Susie was verified.
No, I have you both as verified, Andrew.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to call the vote. By a vote of 47 ayes and 33 nays, the motion to recommend support of V2249 carries. The next application for this project is the special use permit. A lot of the issues that have already been discussed have dealt with the special use permit itself. Are there any other comments that you would like to make regarding granting a special use permit? And Randy has indicated, and the Virginia Highlands Civic Association has requested that there be a 3-year review of the special use permit. So I'm assuming that would be a condition. Am I interpreting that correctly?
And Randy has his hand up.
Oh, Randy, I'm sorry.
As does Doug Young.
I'm not seeing him. Okay.
Thank
Randy?
you. Yeah, thank you, Kay and Debbie. The 3-year term limit would be totally acceptable condition. And you had asked earlier of Jess with the Virginia Highlands Civic Association, which application those conditions, the 6 conditions, should be associated with. And it would be my opinion that those conditions should be associated with the special use permit, because there will be any number of additional conditions placed on this application. And that just seems like the logical spot for those to occur. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Virginia Highland, are you?
Doug
Okay.
has his hand up.
Doug, I'm sorry. Mr.
That's
Doug.
quite all right, Debbie. I just wanted to confirm which application we were going to assign the conditions to.
That's what
and
we're
yeah,
trying to sort through, and the
Yep.
recommendation from Randy is to put them on the special use permit, which is the application we're now considering.
got it.
Okay, Virginia Highland, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, that's fine. I think I want to point out that there's some of the other conditions didn't get separately listed. Randy folded them into his modified application, but to answer your question, yes, that's fine.
So these 6 would be reported to the planning department as part of the recommendation for approval if in fact the NPU does vote to approve. The first is that IJP would provide off-site parking for all staff and require its use on all days when the school operates with students. Off-site is defined as not a residential street near the school. Number two, IJP will use permeable concrete on all paving, parking spaces, driveways, and sidewalks. Number three, IJP will provide to VHCA the calculations of its civil engineers regarding the site stormwater collection and treatment. Number four, IJP will maintain a record of all its after-hour events and assemblies, including attendance and hours. Number five, IJP's initial application period for a special use permit will not exceed 3 years. And number six, IJP will repair any damage to the surface of Coolidge resulting from its construction. I wanted to read those into the record. Is there a recommendation from Virginia Highland or a motion?
We recommend approval with those conditions.
Okay, motion's been made to recommend approval with those conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. I heard Kay's voice, but who was the other voice?
Jane.
Jane, okay. Okay. Discussion. Are there any questions or comments regarding this application? This is for the special use permit to operate a school at 604 Coolidge Avenue and the other 3 parcels. I don't see any hands raised. Am I missing you?
Nope.
Okay. Seeing no questions or comments, the motion's been made. It's been properly seconded to recommend approval of U-22-19 with the 6 conditions as previously stated. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like the number is slow. Stopped. Don't anybody leave the room or come back. It just messes us up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I count 49. Okay.
Yep, me too.
Okay, I see 49 ayes. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand if you're opposed to the motion. I count 28.
Yep.
28. By a vote of 49 ayes and 28 nays, the motion carries. The last application is for the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This is V-22-101. The referral certificate has been amended The applicant seeking a variance for 5, actually, variance or special exceptions as follows: to exceed the allowable amount for paved areas in driveways from 1/3 or 33% to 74% of the total lot area in the front yard setback on Coolidge Avenue. Increase the lot coverage from 50% to 59%. Eliminate the limitations on the use of required yards for the purpose of parking or paving. A special exception to reduce the required parking from 22 spaces to 7 spaces, and a special exception to increase the height of a fence in the north, east, and rear yard setbacks from 6 feet to 8 feet. Virginia Highland, do you have a report?
We recommend adoption, and that's my motion. I recommend support, and that's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Jack made the motion and Kay has seconded. Are there any questions or comments regarding this application? Questions or comments regarding this application? I see none. All those in favor of the motion to recommend approval of V22-101, please raise your hand. I count 49.
Yep.
That's 49 ayes. All opposed,
There you go.
please raise your hand.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I didn't understand, I haven't heard about, was the C1, risk.
Who's speaking there?
Okay, let us finish the vote and then we can address that. I count 30, Kay?
Yep.
Okay. By a vote of 49 ayes and 30 nays, the motion carries. Yeah, I didn't, John, are you the one that's speaking regarding the C1 risk?
I believe.
Who's asking the question? I'm sorry, who is asking the question?
I thought it was John Varley, but I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I couldn't either. My screen's not coming up with.
Eric Miller is unmuted and John Varley is unmuted. So it could have been either of them.
Okay,
If you have a question, speak up.
If not, we're going to move on to the next item. I think we're almost, oh no, we're not even, oh geez, oh Pete's.
Now we can start the rest of the meeting.
Okay, I don't hear anyone raising their hand. or making any comments. So we are going to move on. What I would like to remind you all is that these applications go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment and the Zoning Review Board. I believe neither one of the applications or any of the applications have been put on an agenda yet. I know that the rezoning request is not on the October 13th agenda. As a reminder, this is only a recommendation from the NPU. If you continue to have concerns or want to make your case directly to the ZRB or BZA, I strongly encourage you to do so. They do meet in person. Our experience is that live bodies in the seats are much more effective than sending letters or correspondence. Although please do that as well, because that'll become part of the record, and it'll also be the documentation that the ZRB and the BZA uses to make their decision. Anything else on these applications? Okay. Then the one thing that we absolutely positively have to do tonight is to vote on.
Debbie, I'm so sorry. Just the application is on the ZRB schedule for October 6th. So Z2249 is on the is scheduled to be heard on October 6th at 6 p.m. at City Hall Zoning Review Board.
They must have just published that agenda, because last time I looked, it wasn't there. But thank you. October 6th.
Also, I'm sorry, U2219 is also on the October 6th agenda.
Right, they'll be heard together.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay. One thing that we absolutely positively have to do tonight is to approve our 2023 bylaws and policy sheet amendments. I have some. Oh, here we go. I couldn't find my notes. The executive committee met in July to talk about changes to the bylaws. I'm now going to try and share my screen so that we can go through these one by one. We have recommendations for four changes, one to the bylaws and 3 to the policy sheet. What we need to do is to go through these individually and vote on them individually. So the first one is to change the day of the monthly meeting from the first Monday of the month to the third Wednesday of the month for our NPU meetings. And the rationale is that currently there are 3 national and city holidays that are observed on the third Monday of the month, which is MLK holiday, President's birthday, and Juneteenth. Juneteenth was added this year. Because the city observes these holidays, city departmental representatives are not required to attend the meetings. And also I found that the attendance declines because of the 3-day weekends. And quite frankly, I'd kind of like to take a 3-day weekend every once in a while too. Meeting on the third Wednesday will not be affected by the holidays, and it appears that there are no other conflicts with the city or neighborhood meetings. The change in the bylaw would look like this, where it's Article 3. It's a simple change from the first to the third Wednesday of the month in Article 3 of the bylaws. Are there any questions to that change? It would become effective on in January of 2023. So we'd have plenty of time to announce the changes.
Hey, Debbie, we're seeing the file list. We're not actually seeing the bylaws. You got the wrong screen shared.
Well, I'm looking at the right one.
Oh, no, you are. I know. But if you stop share and share again, you can actually select the.
Okay.
Yeah, we just got the wrong one. I know, but I'm seeing it.
Yeah. What's your problem here?
Come on, we're 7 hours into this, Debbie.
At least.
We'll cut you a little slack.
And I know I am not the only one that got up early to watch the Queen's funeral. Can you see that? I have not done this.
It's not sharing.
Oh, hell, you're going to have to take my word for this one. Let me keep working on it.
Okay.
Well,
Crap.
I've got the bylaws document if you want it.
Okay. Okay. I apparently just don't have the capacity to do this.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
I think I've got all the draft documents you sent us, Debbie. Let me see.
Oh, thank you. Virtual hugs to everybody.
Okay, there we go. Yep.
Thanks.
Is that working? Article 3?
Article 3, one
Yes.
word change from first of the month to the first, I'm sorry, first Monday of the month to the first Wednesday of the month.
Wait.
First, third. Okay.
First Monday to the third Wednesday.
Okay, in about 3.5 minutes, Kay is going to take over the meeting. Starting to lose it. All right, does anyone have any questions regarding that change? Any questions regarding the change? Any concerns about it? Does anybody know of anything that might conflict with it? I really have tried to.
I move that we approve the change.
Oh, thank you, Kay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, thank you, David. Okay. I don't see any questions or comments, so if you're in favor, please raise your hand. Doug, does this change affect you at all? I can't remember if I asked.
Debbie, so we're changing both the week of the month and the day of the week, correct?
No, just the day of the week.
The way this reads as first third is a little confusing.
But we don't meet on Wednesdays.
No, but the
The
recommendation.
first is struck. The word first is struck.
Got it.
And then it shifts to
So
third.
it should say first.
It should say third Wednesday.
Third Wednesday.
That we're changing it to that, Doug.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying, both the day of the week and the week of the month.
That's right.
Okay,
No,
yes.
the week of the month.
No, it's still the third week.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Sorry. As for the foreseeable future, Debbie, I believe I'll still be assigned to this NPU, so I would be coming along for that change.
That's wonderful news, Doug. Thank you.
For the foreseeable future, okay.
Okay.
And we'll see you on those three-day weekends then.
No, he'll still go off on vacation somewhere.
Yeah, I know. All right. People are voting. All right.
Well, I would have raised my hand, but while I'm sharing my screen, I can't figure out how to raise my hand. So I'm supporting it.
Okay, we'll count you here.
I suspect it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, there you go.
I know. Okay, I count 19, including David. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, 19 in favor. Let me lower the hands. All those opposed to this change, please raise your hand. I see no one opposed. By a vote of 19-0, the bylaws will be changed to the third Wednesday of each month. The next change is Article the document retention policy, which is in the policy sheet. This would become effective October 1st, 2023, if approved. Currently, there is nothing in the policy sheet that addresses video recordings of our meetings. As I've mentioned in previous meetings, our Zoom videos have been recording on my laptop. They are incredibly huge and they are very, very difficult to transfer to someone. You can't send them through email, and some of them are just too big for a Dropbox. So Kay has done some research and found that YouTube will allow us to create a channel at no cost to load our NPU Zoom meetings for the last 19 months. They do take a long time to upload, like 3 hours, but I'm getting them off my laptop, which is fabulous. The recommendation is to put them on the YouTube and the NPU channel, and that they would stay there as long as the storage is free. After that time, we would have to figure out something else. Any questions regarding that change?
Yeah, Debbie, what kind of security is there with putting them on YouTube channel?
None. I mean, anybody can view a file on YouTube, but our meeting is also public. Anyone can attend it.
Right.
So-
Well, there are ways that you can create private channels if you want, but it's still not incredibly secure.
I guess when I said none, I meant we're going to make them public because they
Got it.
are public.
Okay.
And I think we've found that not a whole lot of people go back and look at them, but we do want to make them available since they are recording. Any other questions? That's a good question.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move to support this change.
I'll oop, my-
Okay. Kay has made a motion to approve this change to add a retention policy for Zoom video archives. It was seconded, I think, by Jane or by David.
I think Jane was first.
Jane was first, okay. Any questions, comments regarding this application? All those in favor, please raise your hand.
David's hands up.
I can't figure it out.
It's a lot easier when it's a smaller group.
And we're losing our audience fast.
I think the assumption is if you're the presenter, you don't need to raise your own hand. So that's why it's not an option for you.
There you go. I thought it was just me.
No, not you, I promise.
Thank you.
15, 16, 17, 18. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Lifting lower. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone in opposition. The motion carries. We now have a document retention policy for Zoom video calls. The next change is adding a member organization. Our bylaws say that we can do this, but we don't have any procedures and process for how to bring a new organization on. We've removed an organization, a business association, a couple of years ago, but we've never brought one on. And David, I can't read the red lettering.
Do you
So,
want me to read it?
yeah, can you do that? This is the recommendation for what this language would read, with the recommendation that we live with it for a while and then we update it as we learn from our own experience. Go ahead.
So
Jen.
it reads, any association whose members have a place of business within NPU-F may petition as a general monthly meeting of NPU-F to be added to the executive committee. This is in the bylaws, Article 5. To qualify, the activities of requesting organizations should be predominantly within NPU-F, provide events, services, or support to the neighborhood community at large, be recognized by their applicable neighborhoods, have a board of directors, and as a minimum, an annual membership meeting. A petition to the NPU-F Executive Committee should include a letter of endorsement from their neighborhood association board of directors, a list of current officers and board members, membership criteria, and links to the organization's website and/or social media. Election to the executive committee will require a 2/3 vote at the next monthly meeting of NPU-F. Once elected, an organization may assign up to 2 representatives on the NPU Executive Committee.
Are there any questions or comments regarding this recommendation? I think we've worn everybody out.
I think so. I think everybody's just tired and wants to go home.
And it was not my strategy to do this last. Okay, is there a motion?
I move to support addition of the business association policy.
Second, I'm sorry, and who is that? I looked away.
Holly.
Holly, thank you, Holly. Okay, last call for questions, comments. All in favor, please raise your hand. And I should have stated this earlier. I don't think it's made any difference, but anybody can vote as long as you live in the NPU. I'm counting 15.
Yep.
15. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. By a vote of 15-0, the new section adding a member organization will be incorporated into the policy sheet. And the last item is would be changes to the policy sheet for the criteria of adding variance applications to the consent agenda. There's a lot of crossed out here, but
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's essentially we're removing the specific requirements for what qualifies to be on the consent agenda and replacing it with the requirement that an on-site meeting by with the applicant and the neighborhood association takes place, that the neighborhood association and the planning committee have voted unanimously to recommend approval. The neighborhood association planning and zoning representative must be in attendance at the NPU meeting, and that's actually a criteria of another section of the policy sheet. No neighbor or neighborhood opposition, and requests for deferrals or applications that have been withdrawn may also be added. And we've taken out the specific types of applications and pretty much said anything that meets this criteria would be approved. There's a second section of that, but I just want to go through the change in criteria. Any questions regarding that? Okay. The second piece, and once again, Kay, when all this read, it's just really hard for me to read with these eyes.
So first, the additional process for variances, neighborhood reports must be submitted. Oh, these are not changes. So just the red are changes, right?
That's right.
So a review of most variance applications require that the applicant provide a site plan with a city stamp and date of receipt and the following informations. 1, all trees greater than 6 inches DBH with their root zones and structural plates noted. 2, the limits of proposed construction. 3, elevations and dimensions of all proposed changes. 4, an item by item calculation of all impervious surfaces on the site. And 5, any relevant topographic info, omitting any of it often delays review process and could lead to a request for deferral. Number 2, applicants should provide a written copy of the entire variance application to all contiguous neighbors. They are defined below. The goal is to give the citizens most likely to be impacted by the changes an early opportunity to be informed, ask questions, and request or suggest appropriate changes. While modifications are possible throughout the process, they must most often occur early within the applicant's own community. The neighbor notification should include an explanation of the project's goals, the justification and logic that supports the variance request, and how to communicate with the neighborhood association and NPU. That includes dates, times, and sites for all the required meetings in the process, usually 2 at the neighborhood level, 1 at the NPU, and 1 at the BZA. Contiguous neighbors are those adjacent property owners whose plats would first be intersected by an extension of the applicant's property lines. In most cases, this will be the 2 neighbors beside the application, those directly across the street, most often 1 or 2, and those in the immediate rear, most often 2 or 3.
Okay, any questions about that? Jack, and that's the only change for the last part of the change. And quite, once again, since this is a policy sheet, we can live with these for a while. If we don't think they're working, they can be adjusted.
Debbie, I do have one question. Right now, the neighbor notification is super easy because it doesn't require a lot. We're asking it to complicating it a little bit, which I think is appropriate, and I support this. My question is, are we providing the neighborhoods with here's a simple example or template, as it were, for how to notify, so it doesn't become a 72-page legal document or back of a napkin with not enough detail?
I think Virginia Highland actually has a template.
We're good that way, but
good that we could share. Some applicants just know what to do.
And some don't.
Yeah, that's right. And some really don't. And we've seen both of them a lot.
And the gulf is wide.
Right. I will make a recommendation to the planning committee that they put together a template or make available the Virginia Highland template.
Yep.
I don't really think not everybody does things the way we do, and most neighborhoods resolve it to their own satisfaction. And all it takes is one person anywhere in the NPU to take it off the consent agenda. So why don't we just, you know, let it all go? And if the local neighborhoods, I mean, it has to be a grievous mistake before you go in and start telling the other neighborhood that they've not done something right. I'm reluctant to do that. Really.
I don't think there's any objection to changing the process. David's suggestion, I think it's a good one, is to provide a template for those folks that when they see this request, they know what we're really talking about. It's really not as ominous as it sounds. Some people
For David, he won't be doing it. But okay, I don't mind.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is. Yeah.
And is it correct to assume that we're not requiring this of applicants? We're strongly recommending?
The consent agenda or what? Wait a minute, am I on the wrong part?
The communication to their neighbors.
I actually think the problem with the communication to the neighbors is that it's not a city requirement. So all we can do is ask that they do it and explain the advantage. And the advantage is you cover yourself and you cover your own ass. And so do it, and then we're behind you. If you do that right and notify your neighbors and they ambush you later, we get irked at that because now you've wasted everybody's time. And so I just think that's why we tell them, please do it. We can't make you do it. If you don't do it, you're going to march forward on the same schedule, but it's in your own best interest to do it. And you're vulnerable if you don't. So I think that's why how we convince people to do it, because it's in their best interest.
Yep. Okay.
I think the way this is worded is fine, Debbie. It says should, it doesn't say shall.
Okay. All righty.
Sounds easy. Yep.
Is there a motion?
Oh, come on, somebody else.
Move to approve.
Second.
Was that Jane?
Yep.
Jane and David? Okay.
No, and Andrew.
Andrew.
Andrew. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I was going to make a joke about unfunded mandates, but I don't think that would be good.
Too soon. Too soon.
I know. Sorry.
All righty then. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. David, your hand is up.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm counting 12.
Andrew, is Susie still there?
Oh no, she's gone to bed.
Okay, so yes, 12.
Yeah.
She gave up.
Yeah.
Wish that we had to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're getting there though.
we are getting there. Okay, so that's 12 in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised, but I voted 12-0. The changes to the consent agenda criteria and the additional process has been approved. Thank you. That is the end of the voting matters. Oh, okay. David, thank you for sharing your screen. I'm gonna have to.
A pleasure.
That. Doug, do you have a planner's report? a brief planner's report?
I do, Debbie. What I will do is I will put the link to all the announcements in the chat, but I would note that there's an announcement about NPU University courses coming up. The Department of City Planning's Corner Conversations. You probably all know that we postponed the in-person virtual meetings for Zoning 2.0. We have Permitting the Park by the Office of Buildings. We have Historic Preservation Week, October 15th to the 22nd. We have a acquisition ceremony this Saturday at 10 o'clock for Chattahoochee Brick Company. And then we are still soliciting ideas for business improvement in the city planning. And then APAB voted to support the best practices for NPU's draft prepared by the Toronto City Planning. All that will go in a link on the chat.
And you're getting a new commissioner on Monday?
Yes, we have a new city planning commissioner starting Monday, the 26th, Miss Janae Prince.
Very good. Thank you. And as you all know, you can copy the chat, save the chat by clicking on the 3 dots. Thanks, Doug. Neighborhood and committee reports is Linda Martin Manor. Do you have a report? Rich is not at the meeting. So. Is anyone else here?
Yeah, I'm here. He asked me to just share that South Fork Conservancy Creek Rising event will be held Thursday, October 20th at Zone Light Park from 4:30 to 7 p.m. This is their annual benefit to support trails, and they've been a strong partner of Long Ridge Martin Manors. So he asked me to share that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Piedmont Heights. Anyone here from Piedmont Heights? Morningside, Marla?
We're good, thank you.
I'm going to hire you as a timekeeper. You are
that was very stressful.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Virginia Highland?
Group Homes, October 1st, one day only, come and do it. And Marla, nice job. Way to squash it.
You've got a fan, Marla.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to second that motion.
Yeah, I'll third.
Appreciate. I did had to mute people, but that's okay.
I'm so proud.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
And a fast finger.
I think it's actually the other way around. With great responsibility, you have great power.
I'm going to say good night to everybody. Thanks for all the work tonight. I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
You well, Jack. Take care.
Edmund Park.
We're good, Debbie. Nothing here.
Okay. Emory CDC area, Druid Hills. I think we've lost Van some time ago. Parks, Trees and Environment.
Rich is not here.
Rich is not here. Education Committee, Leah, are you still here?
I am still here.
Oh, thank you.
And I will make this super fast. Okay, so APS is currently holding focus groups regarding Midtown high capacity and excess properties. The findings of these focus groups will be presented on October 18th via Zoom at noon and 6 p.m. in person. There will be a community kickoff meeting for the new elementary school in the Midtown cluster this Wednesday, September 21st at 6 p.m. at the Inman Building. Principal selection committee, or no, not committee, sorry. Principal selection for the new elementary school should be announced this week. Once principal has been selected, the naming committee will meet to discuss the name of the new elementary. The committee consists of 7 individuals and will receive feedback from the chosen principal. There will be opportunities for public feedback as well. Howard Middle School's principal was recently released prior to her 90-day probationary period, and there are now 2 interim principals serving in her place. This took effect last Wednesday. The next APS board meeting is Monday, October 3rd at 6 p.m. The next District 3 community meeting is Friday, October 21st at 9:30 a.m. via Zoom. And if you need any other information, check in with the APS website and your local school websites for other meetings and updates. That is it.
Thank you, Leah.
No problem.
Kay, anything to report from public safety?
Nope. We talked about it when the police were here.
Okay. APAB report, I attended the August APAB meeting, and APAB, as Doug reported, supported the NPU best practices document. Both Kay and I were at the September meeting. Kay, did you want to report on that?
Yeah, just real quickly, two things. When we have a new census, Congress and the state legislature and city council, they all get redistricted. City council kicked off their process in February. And with the resolution that kicked that off, they identified multiple public meetings that they were going to have. They have not held any public meetings, and they were about ready to introduce the legislation to accept the changes. So at the APAB meeting, we sent a letter to city council and said, at a minimum, you've got to hold the 2 public hearings that were on your own calendar that you said you were going to do. And the other thing is that though there's no statutory requirement for the NPUs to be reconfigured, looking at the census now, we have a situation where we have one NPU that's representing 60,000 people. We have another NPU that's representing 1,700. So obviously, it'd be a good time to take a look at that. The Department of City Planning has started doing that. They don't have the resources to do it all citywide all at once. So they're starting in the Southwest, but they will get to us. So Debbie and I will be monitoring that and what the process is, and we'll get you information as soon as we have it. But there is a potential that that our NPU boundaries may change a little bit. By the way, in what has been proposed for City Council, Virginia Highland would be split between 3 different council representatives, which would be disastrous. So
Fuck them.
yeah, I'll be happy to let you all know when we get an opportunity to go scream about that one. That's it.
Great, thank you. And that was pretty much the APAB report. I actually don't have a chair's report this month. I must not be reading my emails. Except to say that we will continue to meet virtually as been requested by the NPU. The only other business is new business, and I'm required by the bylaws to remind you that nominations for 2023 NPU-F officers and committee chairs are now open. Elections will be held in November. The slate of candidates will be published in October, as I said, the election in November. Nominations can be made from the floor in October and November. The executive committee will act as the nominating committee, and I will be checking with the incumbents for their willingness to continue service. It's now time to be thinking about new talent, as many of us are ready to roll off out of our positions, but we do need to ensure continuity. We have one of the strongest NPUs in the city, and we want to make sure we keep it that way. So nobody's going to go anywhere, but we do need to help out. Some of the committee chairs are doing double and triple duty. The officers positions that will be filled are the chair, vice chair, and we have co-secretaries here, which shares the responsibility for taking minutes. We have a number of committee chairs, zoning and economic development, or we call that the planning committee, alcohol licensing and permits, public safety, education, parks, trees, and environment. I'm adding 2 ad hoc committees. We are desperate for a communications committee chair to help us with some of these technical challenges that we've had, and also to help through
hired
the mechanics of keeping track of our verified members. And I also would really like to have a special events chair that can work with NPU-E on the events at Piedmont Park. I am dreading the day when the road diet takes effect and we lose a lane on Monroe, when we have a lot of 5Ks that usually take a lane. And I just don't know how traffic's going to work. Nobody has thought that through. I've been yelling about it for a while. Nobody gets it. And then finally, looking for volunteers to be the APAB delegate and APAB alternate. Both Kay and I have been managing that, but I think it'd be a great opportunity for folks to get some exposure to the other NPUs and some of the issues in the other parts of the city. So that is my plea. Any questions or any volunteers? Let me know if you're interested.
Andrew, I will email you and we can talk.
Yay, Andrew. Is there any other business to come before the NPU tonight?
I just want to make it clear that I did that while my wife was not here. So,
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, are you volunteering yourself or your wife?
she voluntold me all the time. So,
Volunteering is important. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, got it.
Thank you, Kay. I can send you my email address.
Okay, I think I have it actually on the sign up sheet, but.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew, do you live in around Coolidge and
I actually live on Reeder, which is closer to Morningside.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
I was going to volunteer your wife to help with the special events. We're close.
Would love you for that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Debbie, I'd just like to make a motion that anybody who states they weren't given the opportunity to question or comment on the 3 cases tonight be forced to watch all 4.5 hours of recorded video, which proves otherwise.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Second.
Jane, after dealing with
I'll second.
after dealing with tons of emails and phone calls and text messages, I would absolutely second that.
Yes. But we all got through it.
We did.
I, for one, would like to thank everybody this is my first NPU meeting, and I thought it went excellent. And if they're all like this, I will definitely come back.
They're all like this.
Well, yeah, most of them are. But
Maybe not 7.5 hours long, but
now, usually we try and break up by 9:30. Today we just failed miserably. Okay, if there
What is the record for the longest NPU-F meeting thus far?
Oh, it's probably this one.
I was going to say, I think it is this one since I've been coming, which is, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. Yeah.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
So
yes.
moved.
So moved, so seconded.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Thanks,
Andrew.
folks. Great night.
Thank you for joining.
Good night.
Well done, y'all.
Good night.
Good job. Good night. Thank you.
Don't forget you can save the chat.
Yep. Gonna do that right now.
Doug, do you have everything you need? No.
He's gone to bed. Oh,
No, I think so. So I'll send you the final reports in the morning, Debbie. You can check them out.
Okay, because I wouldn't look at them tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, y'all take care.
Okay,
Thank
good
you,
night, Doug.
and thank you for hanging with us tonight.
No problem.
Debbie. Bye, Kay.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.